Hi, hello, how is it going? Today's ASMR because Thursday's always ASMR book club. That's what it always is. So that's what we're gonna do. Because I decided. Ow. God, I just like cracked my collarbone. Ow. Owie. Yeah. I'm not gonna read for like a little bit. I'm not gonna read for like a little bit. Ease myself into the book. Hi Muse, thanks for being first today. You get your kiss. Possibly the only kiss of the day night. Whatever. 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 Yeah. I'm eepy sleepy. I want to go to sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow, and I'm very much not looking forward to it at all because I signed up to do this training. I signed up to do this fucking training because I wanted to look good in front of my boss, and you know what? I should have just left that bitch alone. C.S. Lewis is one of the most accomplished authors of all time. C.S. Lewis is quite literally one of the most accomplished authors of all time. Like, he is one of the most accomplished authors, one of the most recognized authors, I think one could say, of all time. Like of all time. Like, I don't even know if someone would say that like he's like right up there with J.A.R. Tolkien and George Martin. Like, they are in the same category. They were actually friends. R.R. Martin, not Martin. Did I say R.R. Martin? R.R. Tolkien, not Martin. They were friends. Which is so funny. Well, not like funny, haha, just funny, interesting, because it's like two bad bitches in the room. Like, wow, that's crazy. Like, like you both like found each other, and you both were like one of the most like accomplished writers like ever. That's crazy. Besties, truly. Besties, truly. Birds of a feather flock together, I tell you what. Memes, you don't read, it's okay. Memes, it's okay. We've already established you're not cultured. We've been through this. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We've already established that. We made that very clear this week. It's okay. Tolkien hated Narnia. I don't know where you heard that from. I have no idea where you heard that from. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, that would be kind of weird if they were friends. And then he was like, I hate one of the most popular books that you've written, but like one of the most popular book series of all time. Like, I hate it. I hate it. Hey bestie, I know you wrote this this book series. It's one of the most popular book series of all time, but I think it's garbage. I think it's trash. Like, I don't know about that one, bestie. I think it's whack. I like your other works. I like your other stuff. I mean, like, a lot of people don't like Dune, so I mean, the actual book, not the movie, but a lot of people don't like Dune. They think it's too heady. It's like a difficult read. And to be completely honest, I've never read Dune because that's all I've heard about Dune, is that it's like a difficult read, and I've never read it because I was like, you know what, I'm actually not gonna read this shit. If someone tells me that a book is difficult to read, that's not like a challenge for me. I'm not like, oh, let me see if I can read it. Sounds like you got it covered. Sounds like you read it for the both of us. So I don't need to read it. I'm perfectly fine waiting for all of Dune to be adapted into movies and for me to see Timothy Chalamet in theaters. I'm perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine doing all of that. But yeah, I'm very surprised you've never heard of like other books that C.S. Lewis has done. But you know, it's okay. I know you're uncultured, so we gotta rock. we gotta we gotta move. We gotta move. We gots to move. But yeah, he wrote a bunch of books and then died. he wrote a bunch of books and then died. He kept writing. Huge discography. Huge. What was the last book that he wrote? Wonder if he wrote like all the way up until his passing. Thank you for the I'm just little guy. You are just little guy. Little guy, empty-headed. It's okay. It's okay. You know, I still like you. I like you a little less, but I still like you. I still like you. What was the last book that he wrote? Oh, they got a timeline of this man. Of course they do. Damn, he wrote a lot. Damn. He wrote a lot. Damn. Let me see. What was the last one? Well, he died, and then they published for him like 3 more books after. He really did write up until his death because he wrote in 1961. And then he died 2 years later. And they were like, we know you had 3 more in you. He had 3 more books in him. He was a writer for real. He was a writer for real. I like people like that. I like people like that. I really do. 3 whole books post-death. Yes, post-death. He had 3 more in him. They published all 3. All 3. Yep. Yeah, 3 more in him. So, I like people like that. Where it's like, they don't stop. Like, I find that to be like, I like people that are hungry, you know? I find hunger to be extremely, I don't know any other word for it, but like attractive. But it's like, I find hunger for your passions to be extremely attractive. Like, I love people like that. When somebody's like, oh yeah, I love my job, or it's like, I love my passions, I don't ever stop doing that. It's like super inspiring for me. Like, I love people like that. Love people like that stay hungry regardless of their age, because like that's how life should be, in my opinion. Like, or that's how your passions should be. Like, if you're really passionate about something, you should always be hungry for it, you know? Like, you should always want to do it in some fashion. You should like never stop doing it. If you're really about it, like, don't ever stop. If you're really about it, don't ever stop. Also, hi Mac. I wonder if they were complete or how much editors had to pad in. Well, if I'm looking at the timeline of his life, he literally released a book like every year after he was done with the army. So I think he really was about it. I think he was about it. Like, I think he was about it. 1993, well, he published books before then, but he published his first book under a pseudonym in 1919. Then he met his friend J.R.R. Tolkien, 1926. Took a minute where he was tutoring, teaching in between. Published another book under a pseudonym. Then he stopped publishing under a pseudonym. 1990, 1933. Then after that, it was like 1993, 3 years, 1936, 1938, like every 2 years, 3 years. 1940s, that man was publishing like every other year. He was like, I got this. 1940, he published. 1941, he published. 1942, he published. 1942, twice in the same year. Oh, three times in the same year. He said, I got a lot to say. Three times in the same year. Three times in the same year. He said, oh, I have a lot of things to say. Four times in the same year. No, three times. One, two, three. Yeah, three times in the same year. 1994, he published. 1995, he published. 1945, he published. 1946, he published. Did he have pressure? Memes, he loved it. He liked writing. He loved writing. Some people are about that life. Pressure for what? Pressure for what? This was the 1910s. Pressure for what? What was the pressure? He's a white man, a British white man in the 1910s. Pressure for what? He would have been better off working on a farm or something, made more money initially working at a farm or something. Like, at pressure where? White man, 1910s. He was perfectly fine. Pressure where? He had no pressure. He had no pressure. There's no pressure for him to be doing writing. I'm sure people back then were like, writing? Oh. The publisher's hounding his ass. Memes, he just liked to write. He just liked to write books. He just liked to write. Because he came out the gate swinging with, he did a science fiction novel, which is actually interesting to me because half of his books are, actually, let me see. I actually did not know that he wrote like a science fiction trilogy. He came out the gate swinging with a trilogy. He was like, he liked to write. He just liked to write. He was like, I have a lot to say. Constraints make you work harder. Maybe the constraint was 1910s. I don't know. Maybe the constraints were just the 1910s. I mean, like, I believe that like your best work does come from constraints. However, comma, some people are just they about it. Like, some people are just about that life. Some people are just about that life. Like, he had a lot to say. A lot of his work revolves around like the church. A lot of stuff about a lot of commentary on the church, religion. He likes talking about religion because I'm sure, I mean, he was a man of the faith. He likes talking about religion a lot. Oh my god, wait, he wrote a, ooh, I didn't know about this. I didn't know about this one. I didn't know about a lot of his books, actually. I knew about some of them, but not all of them. It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. He really just liked to write. He loved to write. I like that. I like that. Like, I like when authors, I've said before that like I also appreciate when authors know when to stop. But also I like when somebody's like, but I have so much to say. I have so much to say. I can't stop. I have so much to say. I have so much to say. Totally fine. Feel free to lurk. Because it feels like, the way that I'm looking at it, it feels like he finished his space trilogy. I mean, he was writing stuff in between then, but he finished his space trilogy, and then after that, he was like, I love Narnia. He was like, I have this concept of a world, because he didn't even write Narnia until like way until he had written 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. He didn't even write Narnia until 18 books. Until 18 at least. Novels, etc. were written. Like, his space trilogy was completely done. He was on the cover of Time before Narnia even came out, the first book. And then he was like, I think I'm only gonna write about Narnia. I mean, he wrote other stuff, but in between then, but he was like, I'm locked into this Narnia shit. Like, I'm locked in. 7 books for Narnia. 7 books. He was like, I love Narnia. Fuck this science fiction. I love fantasy. He fell into fantasy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me see. When did the last book come out? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's crazy. Never, and literally, and the thing, because I was thinking in my head, like maybe he didn't have enough time to write more Narnia, but he had a lot of time actually. He could have written more Narnia. He really wanted to stop after 7. He was like, I've written everything I can write about Narnia. And then he was like, I'm done. So he did know when to stop. He just liked writing. He didn't know when to stop. Because, like, he stopped. The last book came out for Narnia, came out in 1956, but he was still writing stuff after that point. And he had already been on time. He had already made his money. He had already made his money. Suzanne Collins. No, he actually never wrote about Narnia again after that. I mean, there's 7 books, but I mean, like, he literally never wrote about Narnia after that point. He had time. I mean, he had time. He could have written more stuff, but he did not want to. So he said, "That's it." He said, "That is it." So when's the mouth sounds? I mean, I didn't advertise mouth sounds, so depends. Depends. You might just get them. You might get them now. You might get them later. I didn't really advertise them. Mm, yeah. Damn, they love this man. They love this man. I'm just on his website, but like they love this man. They really love this man. They really really love this man. Can I ask why you typed in the sigh? Thanks for the follow. What's with the sigh? What is with the sigh? Thanks much. I'm gonna add a little heart. Like debating the heart because I don't know why you sighed, but I'm debating the heart. But I'll add it for right now. There is the mouth sounds, yes. In the puppkat stream, nothing is free. You have to spend your points. You spend your points or you spend your cash. It's pinned already. Have I read the whole Narnia series? Absolutely the fuck not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think I stopped after the 3rd book, and not because I thought it was bad. I just was reading other stuff and I never got back to it. So to be completely honest, I don't even remember what happened. I do know people think that Prince Caspian, which is the 2nd book, is one of the best books in this series. At least that's like how I'm remembering it. At least that's how I'm remembering it. People really like Prince Caspian. I do not even remember that book. I honestly and truly do not remember the book. Truly, honestly, don't remember it. How about the movies? I mean, I don't even. I remember the first movie like very well. Did they make 7 movies? I don't even think they made 7 movies, did they? There's no way. Yeah, they only made 3. I was like, there's no way they made 7 movies. Yeah, they made 3 movies. I just think like the Chronicles of Narnia is not a book series that maybe it is a book series. I just don't think it's like a book series that lends itself well to a movie. To be honest, it should be a TV series. It should be a TV show. And each season would be dedicated to a specific book. So it'd be like 7 seasons. I think that's the way to do it. It should be like picked up by like Disney Plus or something. But aren't they already doing a Disney Plus series for? I just said Disney Plus because Disney would be the one to buy it, but Disney would be the one to buy it, but nope, Netflix. Never mind. Yeah, Netflix. Oh yeah, this is the one with Greta Gerwig. Yeah, Netflix is gonna do it, but it's gonna be a movie or a TV show. Honestly, I just think it should be a TV show because then you have time to like flesh out the characters a little bit more. That's just me. That's just me. It's gonna begin in July. Filming is gonna begin in July. It's gonna release next year in 2026. So we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. I do know a lot of people like the first Chronicles of Narnia movie. They look back at it fondly. Oh, I guess did the movies do well? Now I'm curious. Did the movies do well? The first one definitely did well. Everybody likes the first movie. That one did well. It made all of its money back. It made like 800 million. The second movie made half of its budget. Its budget was 225 million and then it made 419 million. So it made its money back, but not as good as the first one. And then the third one, which I have never even heard about, felt it, seen it. It cost like 155 million, but it made all its money back. It made all of its money back. Then it, from box office, it made 415 million. Oh, I see. So in 2011, their contract ended with the estate, so they just never made another movie. They just never negotiated for another movie. I didn't even know they had the third movie. That seems so weird that they would never like renegotiate. Oh, people didn't like it. That's what happened. It made its money back, but people didn't like it. Oh, okay. People didn't like it. Oh, okay. It seems weird though, still, that they wouldn't have just negotiated for their contract again. Because it made all the money back, so they could just kept putting out those movies. And that was the last one was in 2010, so it's been a minute since an adaptation of Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, or those characters. Yeah. In my head, the first one is still good. I can't speak to the second one, but I don't even remember the plot of the Prince Caspian. To be completely honest, I barely remember the plot from this one. If I'm like, I barely remember it. It's like fuzzy in my head, but it's still there. Fuzzy in my head, but still there. Still around. Oh my gosh. But still around. Let's see. Yeah, so If you didn't already know, I'm reading The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe today. Every Thursday I do book night. Oh my god, this thing is really hot. This thing is really hot. Every Thursday I do book night. You don't get a vote on book night. It's just what I want to read. Last week we were reading American Gods, and I decided that we weren't going to read that series anymore because I hate the author. I loathe the author. I think he's just a huge piece of shit, and while I like the books that he's written, I don't feel comfortable platforming him in any way, shape, or form. So I'm just not gonna do that. And I'm not gonna finish out the book. But the VOD's gonna stay up for as long as Twitch keeps it up. Keeps it up. So if you wanna like listen to the first, I don't know. I think I read the chapters are kind of long. I think I read up to chapter 2, if not a little bit into chapter 2. If you didn't know, the author of that book series does really, really long chapters, so it took us a while to get through that. But if you're interested, it's there until it's not anymore. A lot of things are lost media. It's just like, yeah, I'm just not like uploading that to my to my YouTube. It's not going there. It's not going there. It's not going there. So instead, I decided that we're gonna read Narnia because it's not written by a piece of shit. As far as I'm aware, C.S. Lewis did not do anything. He didn't do anything at all. He just liked to write. He wrote books, and that was it. He wrote books, he wrote theses, and that was it. The man just kept to his lane, minded his business, got married, and did his business. So he had 2 children. Oh, he only got married once. He didn't even get a second wife. He only got married one time. He got married the one time. So I was like, let's just read from somebody that's not a huge piece of fucking garbage. And I hadn't read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe in a really long time, so I'm wondering. I haven't read it genuinely in like must be like a decade, if not more than a decade. So I'm wondering if it still holds up. Curious. I'm getting some lip balm because I already know that my lips are gonna be chapped. From all the reading. All of the reading. And if you're like, what is The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe Pup? We're gonna read it. C.S. Lewis calls it a story for children, which I think is interesting. Which I think is an interesting description. It's like one of the most popular series, I think, of just all time. I don't know how literary media would recognize Narnia, but I think they would say that. It's like a classic. It's like one of those books that like everybody knows about. It's like the Harry Potter before Harry Potter was Harry Potter, except it's fantasy. I mean, I guess Harry Potter is also fantasy, but it's like more traditional fantasy than Harry Potter, which is like wizards and whatnot. Yeah. So I'm gonna start reading. As always, get as comfortable as you need to be, get as comfortable as you want to be. Do whatever you gotta do to make yourself as comfy as possible, whether that be relaxing in bed, relaxing in a chair, at your computer desk, wherever you are. Just, get as comfy as possible. I am gonna pause whenever I want to and talk about the book whenever I want to, because that's what I do. It's literally my stream, so I'm going to talk about it. It's my stream. I'm gonna talk about it as I feel like it's relevant. If that bothers you in any way, shape, or form, then I'm not the streamer for you. Then I'm not the streamer for you, and that's fine. How many chapters? I have no idea. It's long. No clue. No clue. Couldn't tell you. No clue. Let's schedule that restart for. Let's do like a 6. Yeah. I have no idea. I'm not even gonna look because I don't even want to look. I don't even want to look, but I think the book is in fact long, so we'll see. At least I think it is. My god. Yeah. Long enough for stream. Yeah, so if me stopping bothers you, if me not reading nonstop bothers you, exit stage left. Don't know what else to tell you. Don't know what else to tell you. I just got here. Well, welcome. I haven't started reading yet, so I'm about to though. Also, what else was I gonna say? Yeah, if my tangents piss you off, then I stay pissed off. I don't know what else. I don't know what to tell you. I also laugh a lot. If that bothers you, you can also exit stage left. So it doesn't. I'm not gonna change how I am. Yeah. Let's see. I'm just gonna read up until I'm tired, like how I usually do. I'm gonna read until I'm tired. And that's how we're gonna do it. Gotta get through the first couple pages. Oh god. And I'm gonna start right about now. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. A story for children. C.S. Lewis. My dear Lucy, I wrote this story for you, but when I began it, I had not realized that girls grow quicker than books. As a result, you are already too old for fairy tales, and by the time it is printed and bound, you will be older still. But someday, you will be old enough to start reading fairy tales again. You can then take it down from some upper shelf, dust it, and tell me what you think of it. I shall probably be too deaf and too old to understand a word you say, but I shall still be your affectionate godfather, C.S. Lewis. That's so cute. Why has nobody dedicated a book to me? What the hell? That's so cute. Oh, a lot of chapters I can already see. A lot of chapters there. Chapter 1. Lucy looks into a wardrobe. Once, there were 4 children, whose names were Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy. This story is about something that happened to them when they were sent away from London during the war because of the air raids. They were sent to the house of an old professor who lived in the heart of the country, 10 miles from the nearest railway station and 2 miles from the nearest post office. He had no wife and lived in a very large house with a housekeeper named Miss Macready and 3 servants. Their names were Ivy, Margaret, and Betty, but they do not come into the story much. He himself was a very old man with shaggy white hair which grew over most of his face as well as on his head, and they liked him almost at once. But on the first evening, when he came out to meet them at the front door, he was so odd-looking that Lucy, who was the youngest, was a little afraid of him, and Edmund, who was the next youngest, wanted to laugh and had to keep on pretending he was blowing his nose to hide it. As soon as they had said goodnight to the professor and gone upstairs on the first night, the boys came into the girls' room and they talked it over. "We've fallen on our feet, and no mistake," said Peter. This is going to be perfectly splendid. That old chap will let us do anything we like. I think he's an old dear, said Susan. Oh, come off it, said Edmund, who was tired and pretending not to be tired, which always made him bad-tempered. Don't go on talking like that. Like what? Said Susan. And anyway, it's time you were in bed. Trying to talk like mother, said Edmund. And who are you to say when I'm going to bed? Oh wait, I remember Edmund. I remember Edmund. This is going to be a problem throughout the book. I remember him so clearly. Don't go on talking like that. Like what? Said Susan. And anyway, it's time you were in bed. Trying to talk like mother, said Edmund. And who are you to say when I'm to go to bed? Go to bed yourself. Hadn't we all better go to bed? Said Lucy. There's sure to be a row, if we are heard talking here. No, there won't, said Peter. I'll tell you, this is the sort of house where no one's going to mind what we do. Anyway, they won't hear us. It's about 10 minutes' walk from here down to that dining room, and any amount of stairs and passages in between. What's that noise? Said Lucy, suddenly. It was a far larger house than she had ever been in before, and the thought of all those passages and rows of doors leading into empty rooms was beginning to make her feel a little creepy. It's only a bird, silly, said Edmund. It's an owl, said Peter. This is going to be a wonderful place for birds. I shall go to bed now. I say, let's go and explore tomorrow. You might find anything in a place like this. Did you see those mountains as we came along in the woods? There might be eagles, there might be stags, there'll be hawks, badgers, said Lucy. Foxes, said Edmund. Rabbits, said Susan. But when the next morning came, there was a steady rain falling, so thick that when you looked out of the window, you could see neither the mountains, nor the woods, nor even the stream in the garden. I didn't do this intentionally, by the way, but every single book we've read all has rain in it. Like, consistently, every single book is like, it was pouring rain. That was not an intentional choice on my part. It just happened to be like that. Of course, it would be raining, said Edmund. They had just finished their breakfast with the professor and were upstairs in the room he had set apart for them. A long, low room with 2 windows looking out in one direction and 2 in another. Do stop grumbling, Ed, said Susan. 10 to 1, it'll clear up in an hour or so, and in the meantime, we're pretty well off. There's a wireless and lots of books. Not for me, said Peter. I'm going to explore the house. Everyone agreed to this, and that's how the adventures began. It was a sort of house that you never seemed to come to the end of, and it was full of unexpected places. The first few doors they tried led only into spare bedrooms, as everyone had expected they would. But soon they came into a very long room full of pictures, and there they found a suit of armor, and after that was a room all hung in green with a harp in one corner, and then came 3 steps down and 5 steps up, and then a kind of little upstairs hall and a door that led out onto a balcony, and then a whole series of rooms that led into each other and were lined with books, most of them very old books, and some bigger than a Bible in a church. And shortly after that, they looked into a room that was quite empty, except for the one big wardrobe. The book is titled, in the title of today's stream, it's also on screen behind my head. And shortly after that, they looked into a room that was quite empty, except for one big wardrobe, the sort that has a looking glass in the door. There was nothing else in the room at all except a dead blue bottle on the windowsill. "Nothing here," said Peter, and they all trooped out again, all except Lucy. She stayed behind because she thought it would be worthwhile trying the door of the wardrobe, even though she felt almost sure that it would be locked. Lucy did find a wardrobe. She found it. It's the end of the book, actually. There's nothing left. To her surprise, it opened quite easily, and 2 mothballs dropped out. Looking into the inside, she saw several coats hanging up, mostly long fur coats. She immediately stepped into the wardrobe and got in among the coats and rubbed her face against them, leaving the door open, of course, because she knew that it is very foolish to shut oneself into any wardrobe. Soon, she went further in and found that there was a second row of coats hanging up beside the first one. It was almost quite dark in there, and she kept her arms stretched out in front of her as to not bump her face into the back of the wardrobe. She took a step further in, and then 2 or 3 steps, always expecting to feel woodwork against the tip of her fingers, but she could not feel it. This must be a simply enormous wardrobe, thought Lucy, going still further in and pushing the soft folds of the coats aside to make room for her. Then she noticed that there was something crunching under her feet. "I wonder, is that more mothballs?" she thought, stooping down. Stooping down. I said stooping down to feel it with her hand. But instead of that hard, smooth wood of the floor of the wardrobe, she felt something soft and powdery and extremely cold. "This is very queer." This is very queer. Me looking into the mirror every morning. She said, and went on a step or 2 further. The next moment, she found that what was rubbing against her face and hands was no longer soft fur, but something hard and rough and prickly. "Why, it's just like the branches of trees," exclaimed Lucy. And then she saw that there was a light ahead of her, not a few inches away where the back of the wardrobe ought to have been, but a long way off. Something cold and soft was falling on her. A moment later, she found that she was standing in the middle of a wood, at night time, with snow under her feet and snowflakes falling through the air. Lucy felt a little frightened, but she felt very inquisitive and excited as well. She looked back over her shoulder, and there, between the dark tree trunks, she could still see the open doorway of the wardrobe and even catch a glimpse of the empty room from which she had set out. She had, of course, left the door open, for she knew that it is a very silly thing to shut oneself into a wardrobe. It seemed to be still daylight there. "I can always get back if anything goes wrong," thought Lucy. That's what she thought. Lucy. Lucy's also like, I think she's like 7 or something, so the kids are pretty young at the start of this, so I'm like, I can excuse her being stupid. 7-year-olds are very dumb. She began to walk forward, crunch, crunch over the snow and through the wood, toward the other light. "Hi, Solar," In about 10 minutes, she reached it and found it was a lamppost. As soon as she looked at it, wondering why there was a lamppost in the middle of a wood and wondering what to do, she heard a pitter-patter of feet coming towards her. And soon after that, a very strange person stepped out from among the trees into the light of the lamppost. He was only a little taller than Lucy herself, and he carried over his head an umbrella, white as snow. From the waist upwards, he was like a man, but his legs were shaped like a goat's. The hair on them was glossy black. And instead of feet, he had goat hooves. He also had a tail, but Lucy did not notice this at first because it was neatly caught up over the arm that held the umbrella so as to keep it from trailing in the snow. He had a red woolen muffler around his neck, and his skin was rather reddish too. He had a strange but pleasant little face, with a short pointed beard and curly hair. And out of the hair there stuck 2 horns, one on each side. I would refer you, Solar, to the pinned. I would refer you to the pinned. It's almost as if there's a pinned message that gives everybody all the information that they could want regarding what I give on ASMR nights. There's a pinned message right there. One of his hands, as I have said, held the umbrella. In the other arm, he carried several brown paper parcels. What with the parcels and the snow, it looked just as if he had been doing his Christmas shopping. He was a fawn, and when he saw Lucy, he gave a start of surprise. He gave such a start of surprise that he dropped all his parcels. "Goodness gracious me," exclaimed the fawn. Chapter 2. What Lucy Found There. I have nothing to say about Chapter 1, except we know what's going to happen with Lucy. I put all my information for everybody to find. I pin it. I don't know if I have to write important in big bold letters now when I pin a message, but I have never given out kisses for free. Kisses are strictly for subs. Always have been. They're for gift subs or when someone subscribbles. Always have been, always will be. So kisses are only for that. Triggers are there. Points, cash, donos. If you got points, spend them for your triggers. If you don't, then pay to win, baby. Spin the wheel, pay to win. Bust out the card. That's how it's always been in the puppkat stream. That's how it always will be on the puppkat stream. If you're like, but I really want to kiss, then subscribe. Just that simple. What Lucy found there. Surprised that chapter was so short. Maybe we will finish this book. That chapter was like super short. Like, surprised. Like I expected it to be like much longer. Maybe I'm just thinking about the oh, maybe they get longer. I shouldn't have even said that. I shouldn't have even said anything because I'm like, oh, what if the book now gets longer? I actually didn't even think about that. My bad. Let me shut up and just read. I'm gonna be here like all night. Good evening, said Lucy, but the fawn was so busy picking up its parcels that at first it did not reply. When it had finished, it made her a little bow. Good evening, said the fawn. Excuse me, I don't want to be inquisitive, but Should I be right in thinking that you were a daughter of Eve? My name is Lucy, she said, not quite understanding him. But you are, forgive me, you are what they call a girl, said the fawn. It's okay, they'll come back. Don't worry about it right now. Edmund for sure is coming back, so don't worry, they're coming. They'll come. Right now, all you need to know is Lucy. They'll come in their own time. Of course I'm a girl, said Lucy. You are in fact human. Of course I'm human, said Lucy, still a little puzzled. To be sure, said the fawn. How stupid of me. But I've never seen a son of Adam or daughter of Eve before. I am delighted, that is to say. And then it stopped, as if it had been going to say something that it had not intended but remembered in time. Delighted, it went on. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tumnus. I'm very pleased to meet you, Mr. Tumnus, said Lucy. And may I ask, O Lucy, daughter of Eve, said Mr. Tumnus, how you have come into Narnia? Narnia? What's that? said Lucy. He likes the Bible. Something about C.S. Lewis is that this man was a man of faith, which is why I talked about it before. He's a man of faith, and he loves talking about religion, so just keep that in mind. He had a lot to say about religion. He had a lot to say. But just keep that in mind. He had a lot to say. This is the land of Narnia, said the fawn. Where we are now, all that lies between the lamppost and the great castle of Car Paravel, that's how I'm going to say that. Car Paravel. Thank you so much for the raid, Emmy. How was stream? Hi, hello. How was it? How was ASMR? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Please let me know if you would like to. Hi, hello, readers. My name is Puppkats. I am about to burp. I'm sorry. I felt it. And it's gone. Hi, hello, readers. My name is Puppkats. I'm an asexual, non-binary sex demon after nothing but your heart. So cut it out for me, won't you? I use they, them pronouns, they, them, theirs. And right now we are reading The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis, otherwise known as the first book in the Chronicles of Narnia. Thanks for taking care of my community. Good night, good night. I was also gonna say, if you're hungry, tired, and or sleepy, feel free to exit stage left. Feel free to take care of yourself in whichever way you need to, in whichever way you want to. Did I say that my pronouns are they, them, theirs? Because my pronouns are they, them, and theirs. Forgot to add that part. If I did, yeah, love Narnia. Everybody loves Narnia. I haven't read it in a really long time, so in like at least 10 years, so we're seeing if it's still good or if like nostalgia and nostalgia is taking a play here. We'll see. But we're reading the first book in the Chronicles of Narnia. Also, the scheduled ad break is coming in about a minute. But yeah, if anybody needs to exit stage left, or respectfully fuck off, as we call it here, you can fuck off and fuck out. Take care of yourself in whichever way sounds good to you, and that applies to everybody that's already here and anybody who came in with the raid, because we really care about physical and mental health here. If you're like, where's the ASMR? It's on screen, or check the pinned. Everything is there for your reading convenience, so read before you ask me something. Read before you ask me something. Take a breather to read before you ask me something. Okay? Wow. I had to sit up a little bit. My back was getting messed up. There was the burp. I was like, it's coming. And there it was. But yeah, if you want to just relax and listen to me read, I welcome you with open arms. We just finished chapter 1, so we're a little bit into chapter 2, but not that far. I'll just restart it. I'll just restart this. It's not that far. This is the land of Narnia, said the fawn. Where we are now, all that lies between the lamppost and the great castle of Paravel, Paravel, on the eastern sea. And you have come from the wild woods of the west. I got in through the wardrobe in the spare room, said Lucy. Ah, said Mr. Tumnus, in a rather melancholy voice. If I had only worked harder at geography when I was a little fawn, I should no doubt know about all those strange countries. It is too late now. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to add a little heart in your honor. Thanks so much. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. Hope it's good. Yeah, add that heart right now. But they aren't countries at all, said Lucy, almost laughing. It's only just back there, at least. I'm not sure. It is summer there. Meanwhile, said Mr. Tumnus, it is winter in Narnia, and has been for ever so long. And we shall both catch a cold if we stand here talking in the snow. Daughter of Eve, from the far land of Spare where eternal summer reigns around the bright city of Wardrobe. How would it be if you came and had tea with me? Thank you for giving Chad a home. What a nice avatar. Thank you. It will probably be retired in the next year, but for right now, this is me. He didn't listen to anything that little girl said. He said, I've never heard of spare Never heard of spare wardrobe. Never heard of that. Sounds fancy. Never heard of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Tumnus, said Lucy, but I was wondering whether I ought to be getting back. It's only just around the corner, said the fawn, and there'll be a roaring fire, and toast, and sardines, and cake. You know he wrote this during the war because toast and sardines, oh Lord. He wrote this during the war. That's a treat. That's a treat during the war. Sardines, say less. Well, it's very kind of you, said Lucy, but I shan't be able to stay long. If you take my arm, daughter of Eve, said Mr. Tumnus, I shall be able to hold the umbrella over both of us. That's the way. Now, off we go. And so Lucy found herself walking through the wood arm in arm with this strange creature, as if they had known one another all their lives. They had not gone far before they came to a place where the ground became rough and there were rocks all about, and little hills up and little hills down. At the bottom of one small valley Mr. Tumnus turned suddenly aside as if he were going to walk straight into an unusually large rock. But at the last moment, Lucy found he was leading her into an entrance of a cave. Oh, you're still eating like that. I'm so sorry, Wesley. Wesley, stop eating like that. Mama always told me. But did your mom tell you not to accept sardines and toast from a strange man during the war? I don't know. Did they say anything about that? What did your mom say about the war? We got toast. We got sardines. We got cake. It's a terrible lunch. This is a terrible lunch. As soon as they were inside, she found herself blinking in the light of a wood fire. Then Mr. Tumnus stopped and took a piece of flaming wood out of the fire with a neat little pair of tongs, and he lit a lamp. Now, we shan't be long, he said, and immediately put the kettle on. Lucy thought she had never been in a nicer place. It was a little dry, clean cave of reddish stone with a carpet on the floor and 2 little chairs, one for me and one for a friend, said Mr. Tumnus, and a table and a dresser and a mantelpiece over the fire, and above that a picture of an old faun with a gray beard. In one corner there was a door, which Lucy thought must lead to Mr. Tumnus's bedroom, and on one wall was a shelf of books. Lucy looked at all these, while he was setting out the tea things. They had titles like The Life and Letters of Silenus, or Nymphs and Their Ways, or Men, Monks, and Gamekeepers, A Study in Popular Legend, or Is Man a Myth? The sardines and toast would have tipped me off. Listen, Memes, I keep telling you, I'm British. You trust me, and I'm British. What are you going to do about that? I mean, I don't eat like the British. That's a death sentence, but that's a death sentence. I can't eat like that. I'm sorry. Sardines and toast. Oh, oh, my bad. Oh, it's too much. What'd you say? I said I'm British. I'm British. I'm British. Gonna have to move on, okay? Besides, you like a lot of British things. We've already been over this. Now, daughter of Eve, said the faun. And it really was a wonderful tea. There was a nice brown egg, lightly boiled for each of them, and then sardines on toast, and then buttered toast, and then toast with honey. A lot of toast. A lot of toast. And then a sugar-topped cake. You could like snatch kids back in the day. I did not know this. All you had to do is have like a loaf of bread and some toast. A loaf of bread, some honey, some sugar. You can have anybody you want. You just take them. People are running for you. I mean, was British food that bad? I mean, was it that bad? Toast? She said I ate like 4 pieces of toast. It was all good. So much toast. And when Lucy was tired of eating, the faun began to talk. He had wonderful tales to tell of life in the forest. He told about the midnight dances and how the nymphs who lived in the wells. And the dryads who lived in the trees came out to dance with the fauns. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. Hope you're having a good day, good night wherever you are. And add a little heart in your honor. It was tough out there during the war. It was tough out there during the war. That's all I can say. I can only imagine, you know. Because he's excited about, I'm just thinking C.S. Lewis, but like Lucy is excited about sardines. It's tough. And how the nymphs who lived in the wells and the dryads who lived in the trees came out to dance with the fauns, about long hunting parties after the milk-white stag who could give you wishes if you caught him, about feasting and treasure-seeking with the wild red dwarves in deep mines and caverns far beneath the forest floor, and then about summer when the woods were green and old Silenus on his fat donkey would come to visit them, and sometimes Bacchus himself, when the streams would run with wine instead of water, and the whole forest would give itself up to jollification for weeks on end. Not that it isn't always winter now, he said gloomily. Then to cheer himself up, he took out from its case in the dresser a strange little flute that looked as if it were made of straw and began to play. And the tune he played made Lucy want to cry and laugh and dance and go to sleep all at the same time. It must have been hours later when she shook herself and said, "Oh, Mr. Tumnus, I am so sorry to stop you, and I do love that tune, but really, I must go home. I only meant to stay for a few minutes." "No, it's no good now, you know," said the fawn, laying its flute and shaking his head at her very sorrowfully. "No good?" said Lucy, jumping up and feeling rather frightened. "What do you mean? I've got to go home at once. The others will be wondering what's happened to me." But a moment later she asked, "Mr. Tumnus, whatever is the matter?" For the fawn's brown eyes had filled with tears, and the tears began trickling down its cheeks, and soon they were running off at the end of his nose. And at last it covers its face. Well, you can't put spoiler in big title. You can't put spoiler in big title. Listen, you can't put spoiler in big title. You can't put the spoiler in big title. Now I gotta purge that one. I gotta purge that one. Just 1 minute. I gotta purge that one. You can't put spoiler in big title. It's a huge spoiler. It's a huge spoiler. Anybody that comes in is gonna see it. Off for 1 minute. It's just 1 minute. Anybody that comes in is gonna see it. It's a massive spoiler. Shh. If you know, don't say it. Yeah, people can't resist. People can't resist reading when there's a spoiler. You can't resist it, even though you put spoiler warning. They can't resist. So anybody that comes in is gonna see it and get spoiled. Just keep it to yourself. It's gonna come. Don't worry. Also, this is a grown man, by the way. I actually don't know how old Mr. Tumnus is. He's too old to be asking this child to be staying with him. He's a little bit too old to be crying right now. He's too old. Then the tears began trickling down its cheeks, and soon they were running off the end of his nose, and at last it covered its face with its hands and began to howl. Voldemort. I don't know what Wesley said. I don't know what Wesley said. If that's what you're referencing, I have no idea what Wesley said. No clue. Mr. Tumnus? Mr. Tumnus, said Lucy in great distress. Don't. What's the matter? Aren't you well? Dear Mr. Tumnus, do tell me what is wrong. But the fawn continued sobbing, as if its heart would break. And even when Lucy went over and put her arms around him and lent him her handkerchief, he did not stop. He merely took the handkerchief and kept on using it, wringing it out in both hands whenever it got too wet to be any more use, so that presently Lucy was standing in a damp patch. Mr. Tumnus, bawled Lucy in his ear, shaking him. Do stop. Stop it at once. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, a great big fawn like you. What on earth are you crying about? Tell him, Lucy, he's too old. Lucy, tell him, you're too... Lucy's like 6. Mr. Tumnus, you're way too old to be crying at the 6-year-old. Oh, 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 sobbed Mr. Tumnus. I'm crying because I'm such a bad fawn. I don't think you're a bad fawn at all, said Lucy. I think you're a very good fawn. You're the nicest fawn I've ever met. Oh, no, you wouldn't say that if you knew, replied Mr. Tumnus between sobs. No, I'm a bad fawn. I don't suppose there was ever a worse fawn since the beginning of the world. But what if you... Don't trauma dump in general, Mr. Tumnus. He's about to. It's already in motion. It's already happening. But what have you done? Asked Lucy. My old father, now, said Mr. Tumnus. That's his picture over the mantelpiece. He would have never done a thing like this. A thing like what? Said Lucy. Like what I've done, said the fawn. Taken service under the White Witch. That's all. That's what I am. I'm in the pay of the White Witch. The White Witch? Who is she? Why, it is she that has got all of Narnia under her thumb. It's she that makes it always winter and never Christmas. Think of that. How awful, said Lucy. But what does she pay you for? That's the worst of it, said Mr. Tumnus with a deep groan. I'm a kidnapper for her. That's what I am. Look at me, daughter of Eve. Would you believe that I'm the sort of fawn to meet a poor, innocent child in the wood, one that had never done me any harm, and pretend to be friendly with it, and invite it home to my cave, all for the sake of lulling it to sleep and then handing it over to the White Witch? No. No, said Lucy. I'm sure you wouldn't do anything of the sort. Lucy's trying to talk her way out of this. No, not you. You're my bestie. You wouldn't do something like that. White woman, Dr. Martin. We don't have time to unpack that. The White Wicked Witch of the South. Well, we'll get to her. No, said Lucy, I'm sure you wouldn't do anything of the sort. But I have, said the fawn. Well, said Lucy, rather slowly, for she wanted to be truthful and yet not be too hard on him. Well, that was pretty bad, but you're so sorry for it that I'm sure you'll never do it again. Daughter of Eve, don't you understand? Said the fawn. It isn't something I have done. I'm doing it now, this very moment. This entire dialogue is really funny to me. What do you mean? cried Lucy, turning very white. You are the child, said Tumnus. I had orders from the White Witch that if I ever saw a son of Adam or a daughter of Eve in the wood, I was to catch them and hand them over to her, and you are the first I've ever met. And I've pretended to be your friend and asked you to tea, and all the time I've been meaning to wait till you were asleep and then go and tell her. Oh. But you won't, Mr. Tumnus, said Lucy. You won't, will you? Indeed, you really mustn't. And if I don't, he said, beginning to cry again, she's sure to find out. And she'll have my tail cut off, and my horn sawn off, and my beard plucked out. And her toes were cut off, and her foot was cut off, and her skin was cut off. And she'll wave her hand, her wand, over my beautiful clove hooves, and turn them into horrid solid hooves, like wretched horses. Horse discrimination. And if she's extra and specially angry, she'll turn me into stone. And I shall only be a fawn in her horrible house until the 4 thrones at Car Paravel are filled. And goodness knows when that will happen, or whether it will happen at all. I'm very sorry, Mr. Tumnus, said Lucy, but please let me go home. Of course I will, said the fawn. Of course. I've got to. I see that now. I hadn't known what humans were like before I met you. Of course I can't give you up to the witch. Not now that I know you. But we must be off at once. I'll see you back at the lamppost. I suppose you can find your own way from there back to Spare and Wardrobe? I'm sure I can, said Lucy. We must go quietly. As quietly as we can, said Mr. Tumnus. The whole wood is full of her spies, and even some of the trees are on her side. They both got up and left the tea things on the table, and Mr. Tumnus once more put up his umbrella and gave Lucy his arm, and they went out into the snow. It's just funny to me that, like, Lucy is like, I mean... Lucy's like hearing all of this and she's like, well, I mean, it was really bad what you did, but like, you don't plan on doing that anymore. And he's like, Lucy, do you know you have 30 minutes? Lucy, you have 30 minutes. Do you know you have 30 minutes? Oh. Lucy, oh, I hate to tell you this, but you're kind of the next one that I got on the list. Kind of the next one. The journey back was not all like the journey to the fawn's cave. They stole along as quickly as they could without speaking a word, and Mr. Tumnus kept to the darkest places. Lucy was relieved when they reached the lamppost again. Do you know your way from here, daughter of Eve? Said Tumnus. Lucy looked very hard between the trees and could just see in the distance a patch of light that looked like daylight. Yes, she said, I can see the wardrobe door. Then be off home as quick as you can, said the fawn. And can you ever forgive me for what I meant to do? Why, of course I can, said Lucy, shaking him heartily by the hand, and I do hope you don't get into dreadful trouble on my account. Farewell, daughter of Eve, he said. Perhaps I may keep the handkerchief? Rather, said Lucy, and then ran towards the far-off patch of daylight as quickly as her legs could carry her. And presently, instead of rough branches passing her by, she felt coats, and instead of crunching snow under her feet, she felt wooden board, and all at once she found herself jumping out of the wardrobe into the same empty room from which the whole adventure had started. She shut the wardrobe door tightly behind her and looked around, panting for breath. It was still raining, and she could hear the voices of the others in the passage. "I'm here," she shouted. "I'm here. I've come back. I'm all right." Chapter 3. Edmund and the Wardrobe. Edmund and the Wardrobe. Lucy ran out of the empty room. I can't even start strong because I'm thinking about Edmund. Lucy ran out of the empty room into the passage and found the other three. "It's all right," she repeated. "I've come back." "What on earth are you talking about, Lucy?" asked Susan. "Why," Lucy said in amazement, "haven't you all been wondering where I was?" "So you've been hiding, have you?" said Peter. "Poor old Lou, hiding and nobody noticed. You'll have to hide longer than that if you want people to start looking for you." "But I've been away for hours and hours," said Lucy. The others all stared at one another. "Batty," said Edmund, tapping his head. "Quite batty." "What do you mean, Lou?" asked Peter. "What I said," answered Lucy. "It was just after breakfast when I went into the wardrobe, and I've been away for hours and hours, and had tea, and all sorts of things have happened." "Don't be silly, Lucy," said Susan. "We've only just come out of that room a moment ago, and you were there then." "She's not being silly at all," said Peter. "She's just making up a story for fun, aren't you, Lou? And why shouldn't she?" "No, Peter, I'm not," she said. It's a magic wardrobe. There's a wood inside of it, and it's snowing, and there's a faun and a witch, and it's called Narnia. Come and see." The others did not know what to think, but Lucy was so excited that they all went back into the room. She rushed ahead of them, flung open the door of the wardrobe, and cried, "Now, go in and see for yourselves." "Why, you goose," said Susan, putting her head inside and pulling the fur coats apart. "It's just an ordinary wardrobe. Look. There's the back of it." Then everyone looked in and pulled the coats apart, and they all saw, Lucy herself saw, a perfectly ordinary wardrobe. There was no wood, and no snow, only the back of the wardrobe, with hooks on it. Peter went in and rapped his knuckles on it to make sure it was solid. "A jolly good hoax, Lou," he said as he came out again. "You have really taken us in, I must admit. We have believed you." "But it wasn't a hoax at all," said Lucy, "really and truly. It was all different a moment ago. Honestly, it was, I promise." "Come, Lou," said Peter. "That's going a bit far. You've had your joke. Hadn't you better drop it now?" Lucy grew very red in the face and tried to say something, though she hardly knew what she was trying to say, and burst into tears. This book is so British. She's British. C.S. Lewis is British. Clive Staples Lewis is British. He is British. That's a British man from the 1910s. He is a British man. I don't know if you ever watched the movie. All the kids are British. At least in my memory. No, they're British. In my memory. I actually haven't watched the movie in a minute. I don't know. Did they make them Western? They're British. They're supposed to be British. In my head, they're British. This book oozes it. This book has always been this way. I have never not thought about Narnia and been like Britain. Even the fact that like at the beginning of the book when they're talking about, oh, we'll have an amazing day tomorrow, and then it immediately starts raining, I'm like, that's a very British thing to have happen. It's like nothing but rain. That's very British. This is British. This is a British man in the 1910s. This is not Suzanne. I almost said Suzanne Collins. My bad, Suzanne. My bad. I didn't mean to compare you to that mold woman. This is not Joanne. This is not her. When did she write Harry Potter? It's a more modern book. I mean, I said that Narnia was Harry Potter before Harry Potter. Yeah, she wrote the book in like almost the 2000s. 1997 is when the first book came out. And it didn't stop until 2007. So the last book of Harry Potter came out in 2007. So, I mean, it's very modern. It's like extremely modern, like by book standards. So, of course, it's not going to have British slang. I actually didn't even know that the last book came out in 2007. That's incredibly modern. Like, I actually didn't even know that myself. Then again, I'm never going to read Harry Potter. I've never read Harry Potter. I'm not a Potterhead. But I actually did not know that at all. It's crazy. It's like, that's a very, very modern franchise to like take over the world. Very modern. Can't help think of Pops. I do think calling somebody a goose is very funny. I think calling anybody like an animal is always funny to me. It's always going to be funny. For the next few days, she was very miserable. She could have made it up with the others quite easily at any moment if she could have brought herself to say that the whole thing was only a story made up for fun. But Lucy was a very truthful girl, and she knew that she really was in the right, and she could not bring herself to say this. The others, who thought she was telling a lie, and a silly lie too, made her very unhappy. The two elder ones did this without meaning to do it, but Edmund could be spiteful, and on this occasion he was spiteful. He sneered and jeered at Lucy and kept on asking if she'd found any new countries in all the other cupboards all over the house. What made it worse was that these days ought to have been delightful. The weather was fine, and they were out of doors from morning to night, bathing, fishing, climbing trees, and lying in the heather. 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 Either. When I see that, I just see the name Heather, so we're gonna have a problem with that. But Lucy could not properly enjoy any of it. And so, things went on until the next wet day. I'm just gonna say that, like, I always think it's super fucking annoying in stories when a character is like trying to tell somebody that something happened and nobody believes them. Like, the nobody believes you plotline is so upsetting to me every single time, especially when it's like a character that doesn't lie or always tells the truth, and everybody's like, why are you fibbing? Like, In this case, of course, it's believable that like everybody in the family, like the siblings, would think that the youngest child is lying because she's like 6. I know that, but also, you didn't let me finish. You're not letting me finish. But also, it's like, you know your siblings. Like, you know your siblings. If you have siblings, you know your siblings. And you know if they're liars. Like, you know if they're liars. Like, children's personalities, as someone who's worked with children very extensively in my life, their personalities are very, very set at like, I mean, obviously you can change, develop, like depending on your experience, but the vast majority of people, they come out the gate swinging as they are. They come out the gate swinging as they are, and they don't ever stop being who they are. So it's just like, as somebody that's worked with kids, I'm just like annoyed because like, if a kid is a liar, if a kid's a liar, just putting that out there, like they're gonna be a liar. That's a history of lying. Like that's a history of lying. It's not like kids just like start lying, you know? It's like if your kid lies all the time, they do that all the time. It's not like it just like starts one day. Like that's something that they do all the fucking time. And maybe you don't know it, but everybody around them knows it. Like every child I've ever worked with, if they lie, like everybody knows that they lie. That's just what they do. And if they tell the truth, everybody knows that they tell the truth. So it's just like, if you know your sibling and you know that Lucy doesn't lie, like, I don't know, investigate. Investigate. Lucy, tell me what happened. Because if I heard that my sibling was talking to this fawn, like, I'd be like, okay, maybe she just like, what is this story that she's telling me? Like, this is interesting. I would have investigated. That's just me. I would have investigated. But also in the context of the story, like yes, it's believable, but also it's like you know your siblings. You know your siblings. Like I would just know. I would just know whether or not someone's lying or not. It's really easy to figure it out, at least in my opinion. That day, when it came to the afternoon, there was still no sign of a break in the weather, and they decided to play hide and seek. Susan was it, and as soon as the others scattered to hide, Lucy went into the room where the wardrobe was. She did not mean to hide in the wardrobe, because she knew that would only set the others talking again about the whole wretched business. But she did want to have one more look inside it, for by this time, she was beginning to wonder herself whether Narnia and the fawn had not been a dream. The house was so large and complicated and full of hiding places that she thought she would have time to have one look into the wardrobe and then hide somewhere else. But as soon as she reached it, she heard steps inside the passage outside, and then there was nothing for it but to jump into the wardrobe and hold the door closed behind her. She did not shut it properly because she knew that it was a very silly thing to shut oneself into a wardrobe, even if it was not a magic one. Now the steps that she had heard were those of Edmund, and he came into the room just in time to see Lucy vanishing into the wardrobe. He at once decided to get into it himself, not because he thought it was a particularly good place to hide, but because he wanted to go in and tease her about her imaginary country. He opened the door. There were coats hanging up as usual, and a smell of mothballs, and darkness, and silence, and no sign of Lucy. She thinks I'm Susan, come to catch her, said Edmund to himself, and so she's keeping very quiet in the back. He jumped in and shut the door, forgetting what a very foolish thing this is to do. I also think this is like really funny writing because like Lucy, who is the youngest, who's about like 6 or 7, knows that it's a very foolish thing to do to lock yourself inside of a cabinet. And Edmund, who's 11, 12, so slightly older, will forever be the most immature of the group and immediately locks himself inside after it's stressed like 300 times to not do that. And Lucy's like, of course, I would never shut myself inside. That's very foolish. Edmund immediately is like, yes, of course. The door must close behind me, of course. Then he began feeling about for Lucy in the dark. He had expected to find her in a few seconds and was very surprised when he did not. He decided to open the door again and let in some light, but he could not find the door either. He didn't like this at all and began groping wildly in every direction. He even shouted, Lucy, Lou, where are you? I know you're here. There was no answer, and Edmund noticed that his own voice had a curious sound. Not the sound you'd expect in a cupboard, but a kind of open air sound. He also noticed that he was unexpectedly cold, and then he saw a light. Thank goodness, said Edmund. The door must have swung open of its own accord. He forgot all about Lucy and went toward the light, which he thought was the open door of the wardrobe. But instead of finding himself stepping out into the spare room, he found himself stepping out from the shadow of some thick, dark fir trees into an open space in the middle of a wood. There was a crisp, dry snow under his feet, and more snow lying on the branches of the trees. Overhead, there was a pale blue sky, the sort of sky one sees on a fine winter day in the morning. Straight ahead of him, he saw between the tree trunks the sun, just rising, very red and clear. Everything was perfectly still, as if he were the only living creature in that country. There was not even a robin or squirrel among the trees, and the wood stretched as far as he could see in every direction. He shivered. He now remembered that he had been looking for Lucy, and also how unpleasant he had been to her about her imaginary country, which now turned out not to have been imaginary at all. He thought that she must be somewhere quite close, so he shouted, Lucy, Lucy, I'm here too, Edmund. There was no answer. She's angry about all the things I've been saying lately, thought Edmund, and though he did not like to admit he had been wrong, he also did not much like being alone in this strange, cold, quiet place, so he shouted again. I say, Lucy, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I see now you were right all along. Do come out. Make it pax. Still, there was no answer. Just like a girl, said Edmund to himself, sulking somewhere and won't accept an apology. He looked around him again and decided he did not much like this place, and had almost made up his mind to go home, when he heard, very far off in the wood, a sound of bells. He listened, and the sound came nearer and nearer, and at last there swept into sight a sledge drawn by 2 reindeer. The reindeer were about the size of Shetland ponies. I don't know ponies. Were about the size of Shetland ponies. And their hair was so white that even the snow hardly looked white by comparison. Their branching horns were gilded and shone like something on fire when the sunrise caught them. Their harness was of scarlet leather and covered with bells. On the sledge, driving the reindeer, sat a fat dwarf who would have been about 3 feet high if he had been standing. He was dressed in a polar bear's fur, and on his head he wore a red hood with a long gold tassel dangling from its point. His huge beard covered his knees and served him instead of a rug. But behind him, on a much higher seat in the middle of the sledge, sat a very different person, a great lady, taller than any woman that Edmund had ever seen. She was also covered in white fur up to her throat and held a long, straight golden wand in her right hand and wore a golden crown on her head. Her face was white, not merely pale, but white like snow or paper or icing sugar, except for her very red mouth. It was a beautiful face in other respects, but proud and cold and stern. The sledge was a fine sight as it came sweeping towards Edmund, with the bells jingling and the dwarf cracking its whip and the snow flying up on each side of it. "Stop," said the lady, and the dwarf pulled the reindeer up so sharp that they almost sat down. Then they recovered themselves and stood, champing their bits and blowing. In the frosty air, the breath coming out of their nostrils looked like smoke. "And what, pray, are you?" said the lady, looking hard at Edmund. My name's Edmund," said Edmund rather awkwardly. He did not like the way she looked at him. The lady frowned. "Is that how you address a queen?" she asked, looking sterner than ever. I beg your pardon, your majesty, I didn't know," said Edmund. "Not know the Queen of Narnia?" cried she. "You shall know us better hereafter. But I repeat, what are you?" "Please, your majesty," said Edmund, "I don't know what you mean. I'm at school. At least I was. It's the holidays now." Chapter 4, Turkish Delight. "But what are you?" said the queen again. "Are you a great, overgrown dwarf that has cut off its beard?" "No, your majesty," said Edmund. "I've never had a beard. I'm a boy." I'm a child. "A boy," said she. "Do you mean you are a son of Adam?" Edmund stood still, saying nothing. He was too confused by this time to understand what the question meant. "I see. You are an idiot, whatever else you may be," said the queen. "Answer me, once and for all, or I shall lose my patience. Are you human?" "Yes, your majesty," said Edmund. "And how, pray, did you come to enter my dominions?" Please, Your Majesty, I came in through a wardrobe. A wardrobe? What do you mean? I opened the door and just found myself here, Your Majesty, said Edmund. Said the Queen, now speaking more to herself than to him. A door. A door from the world of men. I have heard of such things. This may recall. But he is only one, and he is easily dealt with. As she spoke these words, she rose from her seat and looked Edmund full in the face, her eyes flaming. At the same moment, she raised her wand. Edmund felt sure she was going to do something dreadful, but he seemed unable to move. And then, just as he gave up on himself for lost, she appeared to change her mind. Oh, my poor child, she said in a quite different voice. How cold you look. Come and sit here with me on the sledge, and I will put my mantle round you, and we will talk. Edmund did not like this arrangement at all, but he dared not disobey. He stepped onto the sledge and sat at her feet, where she put a fold of fur mantle around him and tucked it in well. Perhaps something hot to drink, said the Queen. Should you like that? Yes, please, Your Majesty, said Edmund, whose teeth were chattering. The Queen took from somewhere among her wrappings a very small bottle, which looked as if it were made of copper. Then, holding out her arm, she let one drop fall from it on the snow beside the sledge. Edmund saw the drop for a second in midair, shining like a diamond. But the moment it touched the snow, there was a hissing sound, and there stood a jeweled cup full of something that steamed. The dwarf immediately took this and handed it to Edmund with a bow and a smile. Not a very nice smile. Edmund felt much better as he began to sip at the hot drink. It was something he had never tasted before, very sweet and foamy and creamy, and it warmed him right down to his toes. It is dull, son of Adam, to drink without eating, said the Queen presently. What would you like best to eat? Turkish delight, please, Your Majesty, said Edmund. The Queen let another drop fall from the bottle onto the snow, and instantly there appeared a round box tied with a green silk ribbon, which, when opened, turned out to contain several pounds of the best Turkish delight. Each piece was sweet and light to the very center, and Edmund had never tasted anything more delicious. He was quite warm now, and very comfortable. Now, let me look up what is inside of a Turkish delight, because I've always been like, why would he want to eat that? Like, I know Turkish delight is like it's like a candy, but I'm like, I don't know, maybe I was a very different child, but like I would have never wanted candy and hot chocolate. Yeah, it's like a confectionery, they call it a confectionery. It could be filled with fruit like dates, pistachios, hazelnuts, or walnuts, and bound by the gel that's sweet. Traditional varieties are rosewater, bergamot, orange, or lemon. Isn't it like a gummy? That's not how what they say. That is not what they say. I've never thought it looked like a gummy. Because a gummy is like a little harder than what this is. It's like coated in like the powder. But it's like gummy like. It's like gel like. The traditional. Oh my god, I gotta see it. It looks squishy. Yeah, but not like a gummy squishy. Not like not like a peach ring gummy. It's like much softer than that. It's like gel. It's like more jello tech. No, I'm gonna say that. Moves like jello. I don't know if I'd say jello texture because it's a little bit harder than that, but I love how Turkish Delight Edmund is like the second thing everybody is looking up. They're like, I gotta see what made this man tick. But it's like eating a Turkish Delight with hot chocolate is like, that's like tomfoolery. That's like, that always pissed me off because I was like, out of all the things you could have had with a hot chocolate, Turkish Delight, that's how you know Edmund is fucking greedy. Because Turkish Delight, like, that's like asking for like, can I get a crunch bar with like my soda? Like, those two things don't go together. He filled himself up on sweets. And said, I'm good. I'm good. Like Turkish Delight and hot chocolate, that literally doesn't even go together. Milk and Cheetos, like that's kind of what it is like. Like those things genuinely don't go together, like at all, in my opinion. And I know you can have like, well, they don't really have savory Turkish Delight because like I guess the most savory thing you could have is like pistachios. I can't eat that, so I think that would probably go well because it's like nutty and like hot chocolate probably does go well. I'm judging the British appetite, okay? I'm judging the British appetite. I'm judging. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's gross. That's what I'm saying. It's gross. Like, can you imagine eating rose water, bergamot, and being like, hot chocolate for me now? Gross. These things don't go together. In my opinion. I'm also like being a little bit judgmental because, yeah, they're like jellies. Jellies, not really gummies. Because when I think of gummy, I think of like a different texture, but like jelly, like jello. Like jello. Well, not like jello, that's a completely different food, but like jelly. Jelly. But I'm also like not a huge fan of like Turkish Delight. I like it if it's like the traditional, but I'm not also a huge fan of rose water. I like oranges, so maybe that one, but I don't think I've ever had an orange Turkish Delight. Okay, I'm done looking at Turkish Delight. He was quite warm now and very comfortable. While he was eating, the queen kept asking him questions. At first, Edmund tried to remember that it is rude to speak with one's mouth full, but soon he forgot about this and thought only of trying to shovel down as much Turkish Delight as he could. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat, and he never asked himself why the queen could be so inquisitive. She got him to tell her that she had one brother, two sisters, and that one of his sisters had already been in Narnia and met a fawn there. Oh my god, this snitch. And that no one except himself and his brother and his sisters knew anything about Narnia. She seemed especially interested in the fact that there were 4 of them. And kept coming back to it. Are you sure there are just 4 of you? She asked. 2 sons of Adam and 2 daughters of Eve. Neither more or less? And Edmund, with his mouth full of Turkish delight, kept on saying, "Yes, I told you that before," and forgetting to call her Your Majesty. But she didn't seem to mind now. She didn't seem to care all about that. At last, the Turkish delight was all finished, and Edmund was looking very hard at the empty box and wishing that she would ask him whether she would like some more. Probably the queen knew quite well what he was thinking, for she knew, though Edmund did not, that this was enchanted Turkish delight, and that anyone who had once tasted it would want more and more and more of it, and would even, if they were allowed, go on eating till it killed themselves. But she did not offer him any more. Instead, she said to him, "Son of Adam, I should so much like to see your brother and your two sisters. Will you bring them to see me?" "I'll try," said Edmund, still looking at the empty box. "Because if you did come again, bringing them with you, of course, I'd be able to give you some more Turkish delight. I can't do it now. The magic only works once. In my house, it would be another matter." "Why can't we go to your house now?" said Edmund. When he had first got on the sledge, he had been afraid that she might drive away with him to some unknown place from which he would not be able to go back. But he had forgotten about that fear now. "It is a lovely place, my house," said the queen. "I am sure you would like it. There are whole rooms full of Turkish delight, and what's more, I have no children of my own. I want a nice boy whom I could bring up as a prince, who would be the king of Narnia when I am gone. While he was prince, he would wear a gold crown and eat Turkish delight all day long. And you are much the cleverest and most handsomest young man I have ever met. I think I would like to make you the prince someday when you bring the others to visit me." "Why not now?" said Edmund. His face had become very red, and his mouth and fingers were sticky. He did not look either clever or handsome, whatever the queen might say. "Oh, but if I took you there now," she said, "I wouldn't see your brother and your sisters. I very much want to know your charming relations. You are to be the prince and, later on, the king. That is understood, but you must have courtiers and nobles. I will make your brother a duke and your sisters duchesses." "There's nothing special about them," said Edmund. "And anyway, I could always bring them some other time." "But once you were in my house," said the queen, "you might forget all about them. You would be enjoying yourself so much that you wouldn't want to bother going to fetch them. No. You must go back to your own country now and come to me another day. With them, you understand. It's no good coming without them." "But I don't even know the way back to my own country," pleaded Edmund. "That's easy," answered the queen. "Do you see that lamp?" She pointed with her wand, and Edmund turned and saw the same lamp post under which Lucy had met the fawn. Straight on, and beyond that is the way to the world of men. Now, look the other way and tell me if you can see two little hills rising above the trees. I think I can, said Edmund. Well, my house is between those two hills. So next time you come, and you only have to find the lamppost and look for those two hills and walk through the wood till you reach my house. But remember, you must bring the others with you. I might have to be very angry with you if you came alone. I'll do my best, said Edmund. And, by the way, said the Queen, you needn't tell them about me. It would be fun to keep it a secret. Between us two, wouldn't it? Make it a surprise for them. Just bring them along to the two hills. A clever boy like you will easily think of some excuse for doing that. And when you come to my house, you could just say, let's just see who lives here, or something like that. I'm sure that would be best. If your sister has met one of the fawns, she may have heard strange stories about me, nasty stories that might make her afraid to come to me. Fawns will say anything, you know. And now, please, said Edmund suddenly, please, couldn't I have just one piece of Turkish delight to eat on the way home? No, said the Queen with a laugh. You must wait until next time. While she spoke, she signaled for the dwarf to drive on, but as the sledge swept way out of sight, the Queen waved to Edmund, calling out, next time, don't forget. Come soon. Edmund was still staring after the sledge when he heard someone calling his own name. And looking around, he saw Lucy coming towards him from another part of the wood. Oh, Edmund, she cried. Oh, so you've got in too, isn't it wonderful? And now... All right, said Edmund. I see you were right, and it is a magic wardrobe after all. I'll say I'm sorry, if you like, but where on earth have you been all this time? I've been looking for you everywhere. If I'd known you'd have gone in, I'd have waited for you, said Lucy, who was too happy and excited to notice how snappishly Edmund spoke, or had flushed and strange his face was. I've been having lunch with dear Mr. Tubnance, the fawn, and he's very well, and the White Witch has done nothing to him for letting me go, so he thinks she can't have found out, and perhaps everything is going to be all right after all. The White Witch, said Edmund. Who's she? She's a perfectly terrible person, said Lucy. She calls herself the Queen of Narnia, though she has no right to be a queen at all. And all the fauns and dryads and naiads and dwarves and animals, at least all the good ones, simply hate her. All the good ones. All the good ones simply hate her. And she can turn people into stone and do all kinds of horrible things. And she has made magic so that it is always winter in Narnia. Always winter, and it never gets to be Christmas. And she drives around on a sledge drawn by a reindeer with a wand in her hand and a crown on her head. Edmund was already feeling uncomfortable for having eaten too many sweets, and when he heard that the lady he had made friends with was a dangerous witch, he felt even more uncomfortable. But he wanted to still taste that Turkish delight again, more than anything else. Like, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. It's not his fault, but like Edmund inherently sucks. It's not his fault, but like I'm just gonna say that. Like, it's genuinely not his fault. And also Edmund just sucks. Like, Edmund just sucks because it's really not his fault. because the Turkish delight was magical. It was magical. However, comma, Edmund just sucks, and Edmund. I'll get to it at the end of this chapter. Who told you all that stuff about the White Witch? He asked. Mr. Tumnus, the fawn, said Lucy. You can't always believe what fawns say, said Edmund, trying to sound as if he knew far more about them than Lucy. Who said so? Asked Lucy. Everyone knows it, said Edmund. Ask anybody you like. But it's pretty poor sport standing here in the snow. Let's go home. Yes, let's, said Lucy. Oh, Edmund, I am glad you've gotten into the others will have to believe in Narnia now that both of us have been here. What fun it will be. But Edmund secretly thought that it would not be as good fun for him as for her. He would have to admit that Lucy had been right before all the others, and he felt sure the others would be all on the side of the fawns and the animals, but he was already more than half on the side of the witch. He did not know what he would say or how he would keep his secret once they were all talking about Narnia. By this time, they had walked a good way, and then suddenly they felt coats around them instead of branches, and next moment they were both standing outside the wardrobe in the empty room. I say, said Lucy, you do look awful, Edmund. Don't you feel well? I'm all right, said Edmund, but this was not true. He was feeling very sick. Come on then, said Lucy. Let's find the others. What a lot we have to tell them. What wonderful adventures we shall have now that we're all in it together. Chapter 5. Back on this side of the door. Oof. I have to get up and I have to do all of my redeems. Oh, I cracked all of them. My bad. I cracked all of them. I cracked all my fingers without even thinking about it. I'm sorry. Cracked all of them without even thinking about it. I just cracked them all at once. I felt that my fingers needed it. Much. So what I have to say about Edmund is that Edmund inherently sucks. That's the problem with Edmund. Edmund sucks. I'm not giving you the gong. I'm not doing it. Edmund sucks because it's like, it's not his fault that he's like lusting after this Turkish delight. Like, that's not his fault. But Edmund's also a greedy bastard. Like, it's not his fault that like he's like lusting after Turkish delight because it's the middle of the war and he gets to eat Turkish delight, which is like so decadent. It would be like eating a chocolate chip cookie for the first time, right? However, and I know Edmund is like 12, I don't care. He is a greedy bastard. Sometimes 12-year-olds are greedy bastards. He's a greedy bastard. He is. He's a greedy bastard. You know how I know? Because at the end, he's like, yeah, I know my dumbass family is gonna be like, oh, we gotta save the fawn or whatever. But like, I wanna be king. Greedy bastard. He's like, my dumbass family is gonna be like, oh, let's save the fawn and the animals and restore winter or some shit. Anyway, I want that Turkish delight and I want to be king. I don't even care if my siblings aren't even royals. Like, I just want to be king. I need my torch to light and hang out with my new mom, the White Witch. I'm gonna hang out with this white woman, literal white woman, and fuck my siblings. Fuck them. Greedy bastard. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Edmund, I have to give C.S. Lewis, like, I have to give him major props because he deadass wrote one of the first annoying children ever. Like, I have to give it to him. He wrote like one of the first like annoying ass selfish children ever. Like Edmund is, and I don't even mean that in like that's what I think. I mean that is in like that is what he is. He is like one of those characters where it's like I see so many characters in you. Like when there's like an annoying ass kid that's like only there for the plot, it's like I know you were inspired by Edmund some way. I know you were inspired by Edmund in some way. I know it. Like he wrote one of the most annoying characters in all of media, and he stood on business. He stood on business. Like I'm not gonna spoil the rest of the book, but I give him props because I see early Bakugo. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? Say psych right now before I ban you. Say psych right now before I get you out of here for 72 hours. How fucking dare you? Bakugo and Edmund are not the same. Bakugo and Edmund are not the same. That is not what I meant. I love Bakugo. Bakugo and Edmund are not the same. Bakugo has an inferiority complex. Edmund is annoying. There's a difference. There's a difference. I'm talking about like children characters that are annoying. Because like children are annoying, but like children are annoying. Like I'm not gonna deny that children are annoying, but like in media, there's a specific type of like selfish child character, and Edmund is like king of all of them. Edmund does not have an inferiority complex. He has other things, he has other issues. Inferiority complex is not what I would say that Edmund has. Edmund is a selfish child. And there's nothing wrong with being a selfish child. Children are inherently selfish because they don't know any better. Most of them do grow out of it. I mean, you learn, I forget what it's called, like the exact term, but like children learn that like to have empathy essentially after a certain age. Where they're like, oh my god, other people exist and other people have the same experiences that I do. Oh, I did not know that. I only thought that I was the only person that experiences that. Usually around like the time they're like toddlers, they start learning that. It's when they don't learn that it becomes scary. When they grow up and they become like selfish children. And again, there's nothing wrong with a child being selfish because there's still time for them to unlearn that behavior. But whenever that character archetype comes up in media, and I can't even pinpoint one anymore because all I can think about is Edmund right now, but like whenever that archetype comes up in media, it pisses me off because I know the kid can't help it, because children can't help it, but it makes me so angry. I don't like to see that character archetype ever. I hate seeing it. It's like one of those things where it's like it makes perfect sense that this character exists, however, comma, do not bring him around me. Do not bring him around me. It makes perfect sense that this character exists, but do not bring this child around me. Seriously. Do not bring this child around me. Do not bring him. Thank you for the follow. Thanks much. I hope you're having a good day, night, wherever you are. I genuinely can't even like think of a character that's like that. It's just like a lot of children in like video games, in all media, where it's like this child this child is selfish, or it's egocentric. That's what I was thinking of. That's the term. When does egocentrism start or stop in children developmentally? When does that stop? Yeah, it's like toddlers, right? Yeah, it's pre-operational stage of cognitive development. Yeah, I was right. Toddlers, like 2 to 7, they start learning. They're like, oh, I genuinely, because kids like before then, Gideon from Gravity Falls. Like, who else is named Gideon? Also put on a little heart in your honor for the follow. Thanks much. Pacifica. Yeah, I think they. I don't remember. I have to rewatch Gravity Falls because I actually don't remember Gideon as much. I remember Pacifica. I remember Pacifica. But yeah, like around that age, children are like very egocentric, 2 to 7, where they're like, everything revolves around me. Everything revolves around me. It's all about me, and that's the time where you can like start beating it into the child's head. Like, no, it's actually not about you. There are other people. You can't be like that. Other people exist. And then if they don't have that happen to them, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. If they don't have that happen to them, and his dad for being a hot mess, I genuinely don't remember anything about Gideon, like besides what Gideon looks like. Like, I don't remember anything. I'm gonna add a little heart in your honor. I genuinely don't remember anything about Gideon, like, at all. Like, at all. Add a little heart in your honor. Yeah, because, like, I'm trying to think. I mean, kids usually pick that up. It's usually pick it up. And they pick that one up, but like, yeah, Gideon, I guess. I don't remember how Gideon presented, but Little Sunshine. No, like I remember that. I remember the phrase. I remember the phrase. Also, did I say hi? Hi. I remember the phrase that he said. I remember his like outfit and everything like that. His little outfit and his little cheeks. I remember that, but I don't remember him in relevance to the plot. I don't remember that at all. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, most kids will like, obviously it's not for everybody, but you're supposed to like move past egocentrism after 2 to 7. Someone's like, if a child is like 7 and 11 and they're still very egocentric, that's, you gotta address that. You gotta address that. And like, again, it's like totally fine for children to be egocentric. Like, they're kids at the end of the day. Like, I'm not mad at children 99% of the time. I'm never mad at a child, really, genuinely, 99% of the time. It's not like a problem, but it's also like annoying. It's like, I'm not mad at kids for how they are. They're kids, but it's like also annoying. Like, kids, like, I'm not mad at you, but you are annoying. You are annoying. And Edmund is like the perfect archetype for that. Memes, you're saying all of this. I remember it vaguely. I remember it very vaguely, but I don't remember it like the images, the episodes are like flashing in my mind. But you know, like vaguely, I remember. Like vaguely, I do remember it. But yeah, I would say probably Gideon, but Gideon's kind of like an extreme, maybe. Like an extreme. I mean, Edmund's an extreme. He literally said, I'm gonna. I mean, we don't know. He doesn't know that. Only Lucy knows that, and she's like 6 years old, and she hasn't told anybody about the prophecy. The prophecy. She hasn't told anybody about the prophecy. Because you only heard it once when Mr. Tumnus was talking about kidnapping her. She only heard it once, so I don't think she was thinking about it either. However, comma. I think she should have told him about the prophecy. But then again, I actually don't remember how this book goes. Like, I remember the main points of this book, and I don't remember everything else that happened. So I actually don't even know if, like, if she had told Edmund, like, hey, Mr. Tumnus told me that the White Witch is looking for four humans to rule on the throne. I don't even know if that would have worked because, like, Edmund is so selfish. He's like so egocentric that, like, honestly, I don't even think he would have like responded well to that. So she's gotta go tell her brother, her other brother, the big brother. The big brother. And I don't think they talk about it or they say it. But Peter's the oldest, Susan, I think that's the order of the siblings. It's Peter who's the oldest. It's Peter, Susan, or at least they might say it later, but for right now, just for reference, it's Peter, Susan, Edmund, and then Lucy is the youngest. Lucy's the tiny one. Tiny baby. But she needs to go tell her other brother. Stop fucking around with this dork. He's a child, but also a dork. He's a child. But also giving Dorkatron 9,000. You let yourself be seduced by this white woman, literal white woman, for her Turkish delight and her promises to be her son. This is terrible. It feels like I've been streaming for like 2 hours, right? Let's check. Yes. Okay. I want to stream for like maybe another hour. I'm not going to 4 hours today. Maybe another hour. Well, not maybe. Another hour. Actually, oh, this is like an awkward time because it's 30 minutes to the next hour. Let me read another chapter and see how I feel about it. Let me read another chapter and see how I feel. Because I'm like, 30 minutes to the next hour, doesn't that mean you're gonna end halfway through the other hour? I don't want to end halfway through another hour. I like ending like on an hour. Like, I like doing that. If it's like 3 hours, 30 minutes, I'll just do another 30 minutes so that it's 4 hours. Like, that just sounds better. I don't like doing shit halfway. I don't like that. Unless I'm tired. So let's do another chapter. Let's see what's gonna happen with Lucy and Edmund. Let's see. Chapter 5. Back on this side of the door. Because the game of hide and seek was still going on, it took Edmund and Lucy some time to find the others. But when at last they were all together, which happened in the long room where the suit of armor was, Lucy burst out. Peter, Susan, it's all true. Edmund has seen it too. There is a country you can get through the wardrobe. Edmund and I both got in. We met one another in there, in the wood. Go on, Edmund, tell them all about it. What's this all about, Ed? Said Peter. And now we come to, this is so grimy. I just want to start off by saying, I know the story says it, but like, Edmund is so grimy. I gotta Edmund pisses me off, man. I can't. Edmund, I forgot how much Edmund pisses me off. I actually forgot. I forgot, like, it's always been lingering in my mind, but like, I genuinely forgot how much he makes me upset. It's like, he's so grimy. He's such a grimy, like, 8-year-old. Like, why is he so grimy? Why is this child so annoying? Like, my god. Child's pissing me off. Okay. Let me lock in. I gotta lock in. And now we come to one of the nastiest things in this story. Up to that moment, Edmund had been feeling sick and sulky and annoyed with Lucy for being right. but he hadn't made up his mind about what to do. When Peter suddenly asked him the question, he decided all at once to do the meanest and most spiteful thing he could think of. He decided to let Lucy down. "Tell us, Ed," said Susan, and Edmund gave a very superior look, as if he were far older than Lucy. There was only really a year's difference. And then a little snicker, and said, "Oh, yeah, Lucy and I have been pretending that all her story about a country in the wardrobe is true. Just for fun, of course. There's nothing there, really." Poor Lucy gave Edmund one look and rushed out of the room. Edmund, who was becoming a nastier person every minute. It's making me laugh because, like, even the book is like, this man sucks. I didn't even realize, I haven't read this book in so long. It's very funny. I'm just thinking about the movie because I'm like, in the movie, I don't think they stressed his griminess, but in the book, they're like, Edmund's grimy. Like, Edmund's a freak. Edmund would let the animals die for a piece of Turkish delight. It's very funny to me. Edmund, who was becoming a nastier person by every minute, thought he had scored a great success, and went on at once to say, "There she goes again. What's the matter with her? That's the worst of the young kids, they always." "Look here," said Peter, turning on him savagely. "Shut up. You've been perfectly beastly to Lou ever since she started this nonsense about the wardrobe. Now you go playing games with her about it and setting her off again. I believe you simply did out of spite." "But it's all nonsense," said Edmund, very taken aback. "Of course it's all nonsense," said Peter. "But that's just the point. Lou was perfectly all right when we left home, but since we've been down here, she seems to either been going queer in the head or else turning to a most frightful liar. But whichever it is, what good do you think it will do by jeering and nagging at her one day and encouraging her the next?" I thought, said Edmund, I thought you would be, everybody's mad at me. Why is everybody mad at me? I thought, said Edmund, but he couldn't think of anything to say. "You didn't think anything at all," said Peter. "It's just spite. You've always liked being a little beastly to anyone smaller than yourself. We've seen that at school before now." "Do stop it," said Susan. "It won't make anything better having a row between you two. Let's go and find Lucy." It was not surprising, though when they found Lucy, a good deal later, everyone could see that she had been crying. Nothing they could say made any difference. She stuck to her story and said, "I don't care what you think, and I don't care what you say. You can tell the professor, you can write to mother, you can do anything you'd like. I know I met a fawn in there, and I wish I stayed there. You all are beasts. It was an unpleasant evening. Lucy was miserable, and Edmund was beginning to feel that his plan wasn't working well, as he had expected. The two older ones were really beginning to think that Lucy was out of her mind. They stood in the passage talking about it in whispers long after she had gone to bed. The result was, the next morning, they decided that they really would go and tell the whole thing to the professor. "He'll write to father if he thinks there really is something wrong with Lou," said Peter. "It's getting beyond us." So they went and knocked on the study door, and the professor said, "Come in," and got up and found chairs for them, and said he was quite at their disposal. Then he sat and listening to them with the tips of his fingers pressed together and never interrupting till they had finished the whole story. After that, he said nothing for quite a long time. Then he cleared his throat and said the last thing either of them had expected. "How do you know," he asked, "that your sister's story is not true?" "Oh, but," Susan began, and then stopped. Anyone could see from the old man's face that he was perfectly serious. Then Susan pulled herself together and said, "But Edmund said they had only been pretending." "That is a point," said the professor, "which certainly deserves consideration, a very careful consideration. For instance, if you will excuse me for asking a question, does your does your experience lead you to regard your brother or your sister as more reliable? I mean, which is the more truthful?" "That's just the funny thing about it, sir," said Peter. "Up until now, I've had said Lucy every time." "And what do you think, my dear?" said the professor, turning to Susan. "Well," said Susan, "in general, I'd say the same as Peter, but this couldn't be true, all this about the wood and the fawn." "That is more than I know," said the professor, "and a charge of lying against someone who you've always found truthful is a very serious thing. A very serious thing indeed. We were afraid it might have even been lying. Mightn't. I've never seen a contraction like that. Mightn't even been lying," said Susan. "We thought there might be something wrong with Lucy." "Madness, you mean?" said the professor quite coolly. "Oh, you can make your minds up easy about that. One look at her and talk to her to see that she's not mad." "But then," Susan said, and stopped. She had never dreamed that a grown-up would talk like the professor and didn't know what to think. "Logic," said the professor half to himself. "Why don't they teach this logic at schools? There are only 3 possibilities. Either your sister is telling lies, or she is mad, or she is telling the truth. You know she doesn't tell lies, and it is obvious that she is not mad. For the moment, then. And unless any further evidence turns up, we must assume that she is telling the truth." That's what I was saying in chapter 2, where I was like, Lucy doesn't lie. I'm like, your sibling. Your sibling. Lucy doesn't lie. But you know that Edmund lies like a fucking loser. He lies all the time. So, why are you believing him? And I'm not saying that, I don't know, if a family member told me that, hey, there's a dimension, there's a portal in the wardrobe, you gotta believe me. I'm just saying I would take a look. I just think I would look. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying I would look. I keep looking at the wardrobe. I just keep looking. Whenever they wanted me to look in the wardrobe, I'd look inside the wardrobe. That's all I'm saying. Because I'm like, if they don't lie, I don't know. What if there is something in the wardrobe? I don't know. Susan looked at him very hard, and I was quite sure from the expression on his face that he was not making fun of them. "But how could it be true, sir?" said Peter. "Why do you say that?" asked the professor. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Snow in the wardrobe, it's very obvious. "Well, for one thing," said Peter, "if it was true, why doesn't everyone find this country every time they go to the wardrobe? I mean, There was nothing when we looked. Even Lucy didn't pretend there was. What has that got to do with it? What does that got to do with it? Said the professor. Well, sir, if things are real, they're there all the time. Are they? I like the professor so much. Are they? Said the professor. And Peter didn't know quite what to say. But there was no time, said Susan. Lucy had no time to have gone anywhere. Even if there was such a place, she came running after us the very moment we were out of the room. It was less than a minute, and she'd pretended to have been away for hours. That is the very thing that makes her story so likely to be true, said the professor. If there really was a door in this house that leads to some other world, and I should warn you, this is a very strange house, and even I know very little about it. If, I say, she had gotten into another world, I should not be at all surprised to find that the other world had a separate time of its own, so that however long you stay there, it would never take up any of our time. On the other hand, I don't think many girls of her age would invent that idea for themselves. If she had been pretending, she would have hidden for a reasonable time before coming out and telling her story. But do you really mean, sir, said Peter, that there could be other worlds all over the place, just around the corner like that? Nothing is more probable, said the professor, taking off his spectacles and beginning to polish them. While he muttered to himself, I wonder what they do teach them at these schools. But what are we to do? Said Susan. She felt that the conversation was beginning to get off the point. My dear young lady, said the professor, suddenly looking up with a very sharp expression at both of them. There is one plan which no one has suggested, and which is well worth trying. What's that? Said Susan. We might all try minding our own business, he said. And that was the end of the conversation. I think C.S. Lewis is like the funniest man in the 1910s. Like, he has to be. He's the funniest man in the 1910s. He said, like, what the fuck is the problem? It doesn't sound like Lucy's mad to me. So mind your business. Easy. After this, things were a good deal better for Lucy. Peter saw to it that Edmund stopped jeering at her, and neither she nor anyone else felt inclined to talk about the wardrobe at all. It had become a rather alarming subject, and so for the time it looked as if all adventures were coming to an end. But that was not to be. This house of the professor's, which even he knew so little about, was so old and famous that people from all over England used to come and ask permission to see it. It was a sort of house that is mentioned in guidebooks and even in histories. And well, it might be, for all manners of stories were told about it, some of them even stranger than the one I am telling you now. And when parties of sightseers arrived and asked to see the house, the professor always gave them permission. And Mrs. Macready, the housekeeper, showed them round, telling them about the pictures and the armor and the rare books in the library. Mrs. Macready was not fond of children and did not like to be interrupted when she was telling visitors all the things she knew. She had said to Susan and Peter almost on the first morning, along with a good many other instructions. And please remember you're to keep out of the way when I'm taking a party over the house. Just as if any of us would want to waste half a morning trailing around with a group of strange grown-ups, said Edmund, and the other three thought the same. That was how the adventures began for the second time. A few mornings later, Peter and Edmund were looking at the suit of armor and wondering if they could shake it to bits when the two girls rushed into the room and said, "Look out! Here comes the McReady and the whole gang with her." "Sharp's the word," said Peter, and all four made off through the door at the far end of the room. But when they had got out into the green room and beyond it into the library, they suddenly heard voices ahead of them and realized that Mrs. McReady must be bringing her party of sightseers up the back stairs instead of up the front stairs, as they had expected. "Thank you for the follow. Can I have a little heart in your honor? Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are." After that, whether it was that they had lost their heads, or that Mrs. McReady was trying to catch them, or that some other magic in the house had come to life and was chasing them into Narnia, they seemed to find themselves being followed everywhere, until at last Susan said, "Oh, bother those trippers. Here, let's just get into the wardrobe until they've passed. No one will follow us in there." But the moment they were inside, they heard voices in the passage, and then someone fumbling at the door, and then they saw the handle turning. "Quick," said Peter, "there's nowhere else," and flung open the wardrobe. All four of them bundled inside of it and sat there panting in the dark. Peter held the door closed, but did not shut it, for of course he remembered that as every sensible person does, they should never, never shut yourself up in a wardrobe. Chapter 6. Into the Forest. I have things to say, but I'm going to hold my tongue for right now. I wish Mr. McReady, Mister. I wish the McReady would hurry up and take all these people away, said Susan presently. I'm getting horribly cramped. I'm in a filthy smell of camphor, said Edmund. I expect the pockets of these coats are all full of it, said Susan, to keep away the moths. There's something sticking to my back, said Peter. And isn't it cold? Said Susan. Now that you mention it, it is cold, said Peter, and hang it all, it's wet too. What's the matter with this place? I'm sitting on something wet. It's getting wetter every minute. He struggled to his feet. Let's get out, said Edmund. They've gone. Oh, said Susan suddenly, and everyone asked her what was the matter. I'm sitting against a tree, and look, it's getting light over there. By Jove, you're right, said Peter, and look, there, and there, it's trees all around, and this wet stuff is snow. Why, I do believe we've got into Lucy's wood after all. And now, there was no mistaking it, and all four children stood in blinking daylight of a winter day. Behind them were coats hanging on pegs, and in front of them were snow-covered trees. I apologize for not believing you, he said. I'm sorry. Will you shake hands? Of course, said Lucy, and did. And now, what do we do next? To be honest, I know she's sick, so she doesn't care. She's like 6 years old, so she doesn't care. To be honest, I would have held that grudge over them for the rest of their lives. Me, I'm petty. I would have held that grudge over them for the rest of their lives. Nobody here believed me. I said there was a country in the wardrobe. Nobody believed me. I would never let it go. Forever. I would seriously never let it go. Never, never, never. I would be talking about that until I was 50 billion years old. You would catch me on my deathbed still fucking talking about it. I was, I would be talking about that shit on my deathbed. I'd be like, oh, do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember the wardrobe? Do you remember? I would still be talking about it every single day. Lucy, I think, oh, that's a spoiler for later, but that's a spoiler for later. I just remembered. I can't, I'm not gonna say anything, but like, that's a testament to Lucy's character that, like, Lucy, even when she's hurt, she, even when she's hurt or she's been wronged by others, Lucy's the type of girl, she's the type of kid that she's like, I forgive and I forget, could not be me. But I think those people are like so cool. Like, genuinely, I do think those people are like very, we need more people like that in the world. I would say that, like, Satan is like that. Like, my parent, they're very much like that, where they're like, it's in the past, don't let it bother you. And I'm just like, I think I'm gonna die mad. I think I'm just gonna die mad about this for the rest of my life. Yeah, I think that's how that's gonna go. I think people like that are just very nice, but we'll get to that. Or at least I think we do in this book. I hope I'm not like confusing the next book, The Prince of Persia, with this one, but I think it's in this book, question mark. Do, said Peter. Why, go and explore the wood, of course. Ugh, said Susan, stamping her feet. It's pretty cold. What about putting on some of these coats? They're not ours, said Peter doubtfully. I am sure nobody would mind, said Susan. It isn't as if we wanted to take them out of the house. We shan't take them, even if out of the wardrobe. I never thought of that, Sue, said Peter. Of course. Now you put it that way, I see. No one could say you had bagged a coat as long as you leave it in the wardrobe where you found it. And I suppose this whole country is in the wardrobe. They immediately carried out Susan's very sensible plan. The coats were rather too big for them, so that they came down to their heels and looked more like royal robes than coats when they had put them on. But they all felt a good deal warmer, and each thought the others looked better in their new get-up and more suitable to the landscape. Hello. Hello. We can pretend that we're Arctic explorers, said Lucy. Well, this is going to be exciting enough without pretending, said Peter. As he began leading the way forward into the forest, there were heavy darkish clouds overhead, and it looked as if there might be more snow before night. I say, said Edmund presently, oughtn't we to be going a bit more to the left, that is, as if we're aiming for the lamppost? He had forgotten for the moment that he must pretend never to have been in the wood before. So the moment the words were out of his mouth, he realized he had given himself away. Everyone stopped. Everyone stared at him. Peter whistled. I'm not going to whistle because it's nighttime and I don't whistle at night. Hello, Mario. It's just the way that Numa said it. I was like, well, that's not my name. So I was like, hello. So, you really were here, he said. That time Lou said she'd met you in here, and you made it out like she was telling lies. There was dead silence. Well, of all the poisonous little beasts, said Peter, and shrugged his shoulders, and said no more. There seemed, indeed, no more to say, and presently the four of them resumed their journey. But Edmund was saying to himself, I'll pay you all out for this, you pack of stuck-up, self-satisfied prigs. This is why I'm like, Edmund, pack him up. Pack him up. I've never wanted pack watch so bad for a child. Edmund is the first time I read a book and I was like, oh my god, I think I hate this kid. I've never like hated a child more than I've hated Edmund. I don't think there's a child I can hate more. He got caught lying and then in response was like, oh, I'm gonna get y'all later. He's like muttering like a villain, like a super villain muttering underneath his breath. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to get all of you. You guys are all stuck up pigs. What is happening? What is happening? What is wrong with him? They were all raised by the same parent. What is wrong with him? I do that. What's wrong with you? Go to therapy. Shouldn't be proud of that. What's wrong with you? Go to therapy. You shouldn't be saying that with pride. Revenge arc. Revenge for what? These are his siblings. Revenge for what? They have never done anything to him ever. Literally ever. They literally have never done anything. I'm pretty sure they're related. I don't know. I guess we'll find out in the rest of this book. But like, they have literally never done anything to him. Edmund was the one that lied. Edmund lied and made Lucy out to be a fucking liar and then got caught in his lie. And he was like bullying Lucy the whole time too. He was like, you're a liar. Even though he knew that she was right. It's like bullying his 6-year-old like sibling. And then when everybody finds out that he's a liar, he's like, I think I'm gonna blow this bitch up. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Lock in to this family dynamic. Lock in. Excuse me. They were all raised by the same mom. So I don't know what's wrong with him. I actually genuinely, I truly don't remember what's wrong with Edmund. Like, I'm not even saying that as a joke. I actually don't know what's wrong with him. Like, I don't even know if they explain it or they say it. Because, like, in my head, he's just like this. I don't even know if they gave him, like, backstory. I guess we're gonna find out. But, like, he met a white woman. Okay, Dr. Umar. All right, Dr. Umar, I know that's your alt account. You can step out into the light now. Not everything is about white women, okay? I mean, in this book specifically, it is, but in general, Dr. Umar, like, not everything is about white women. He seems fine to me. Well, then, Numa, you're sick. Then you're sick. I'm not gonna be like, that's fine to be. I'm not gonna reassure you. White women and Turkish delights. That's the takeaway from the end of this stream. White women are the devil and Turkish delights are enough to sell your family out for. You know? I mean, if you like being sick, Numa, then I'm not going to say congratulations, but, you know, then you can continue being sick. But siding with Edmund is definitely... I reassure myself enough for everyone. I mean, if that helps, you know, that makes you feel better. In reality, I do know that you're trolling. You're just having a laugh to be contrarian because nobody likes Edmund. I've never seen anybody be like, I love Edmund. Nobody likes Edmund. Like, I've never actually seen a single person be like, yes, Edmund, my man, Edmund. Like, it's like a universal, like, nobody likes Edmund. Like, nobody likes him. Nobody likes him. Also, thank you so much for the follow. If you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. Like, nobody likes him. My excuse. And, you know, your excuse for being contrarian. Yeah, you're pulling the little memes right now. That's a very memes thing to do. It's a very memes thing to do. Hello, hello. Hiyo. Because, like, literally, I've never seen a single person be like, I like Edmund. I like Edmund. Never heard a person say that. Never heard a person say that. Never heard a person say that. But you know, we'll see. I've never heard a person say that about Edmund in this book specifically. In this book specifically, I've never heard anybody say that. How long is my arm? How long does it appear to be? How long does it appear to be? Literally me. You don't mean that. At arm's length. Oh, memes. Oh, you're full of them tonight, aren't you? You're full of them tonight. You're on one tonight. A lot longer than your right arm. I guess that's how long my arm is. Hiyo. Also. Is Pup Mr. Fantastic? No, I just don't answer dumb questions. The new Marvel skin leaked. I would never be Mr. Fantastic. He actually makes me sick. He's never done anything, but his power makes me sick. I would not want to stretch my body in that way. The redeem is already done. I just like popping. I just like popping. That's toxic. What's toxic? Waste? Toxic waste? I don't play multiplayers, so I wouldn't know. I don't play multiplayers. Also, did I say hi, Umbra? Hi. Hello, hi. Hiyo. I don't play multiplayers. I don't play games with other people. You're one of those. One of those what? Finish your sentence. One of those what? Finish your sentence. I'm judging you. And I'm judging you. And I'm judging you. It doesn't bother me. Your judgment truly means nothing to me. So I'm sure my judgment doesn't mean a lot either. So, just, get off my back. We're not playing multiplayers? Equivalent exchange. really, but you know. But you know, multiplayer. I played it before. I haven't played it in like a year, if that, 2 years. Don't lie. Like a year. Yeah, I last played it with Cam, but we haven't played it in like forever. It's the first and only time I ever played Stardew Valley multiplayer. So, you know. You sound like a person that would play Hogwarts Legacy religiously. That just proves you don't know anything about me because I just said this stream that I don't even give a fuck about Harry Potter. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean. Like, what does that mean? Like, what does that even mean? I literally don't give a fuck about Harry Potter. I've never even read the Harry Potter books. I've seen the movies, I guess. Like when they're on TV. I've never gone to the theater to see them. Harry Potter's good as fuck. So you sound like the person that would play Hogwarts Legacy religiously. That's what I'm understanding. You sound like the person who would play Harry Potter is good. Okay. I mean, like, you know. I don't want to read that, but what's your favorite books? What's your favorite? I mean, like Harry Potter. I'm not gonna be like, again. I've never read it, so I'm never going to read it. I've never read it. I'm never gonna read it. I'm never gonna go back and watch those movies. So watch those movies again. So I don't support transphobes. So I'm good. I'm good off it. But if people like Harry Potter, that's fine. You know. Joanne, she wrote a world that people like. The Name of the Wind, I don't even know what that is. The Name of the Wind, don't even know what that is. The Wheel of Time, what? By Patrick Rothfuss? By Patrick Rothfuss? Why is trans brought into this? Because it matters in regards to Harry Potter. What? It matters in regards to Harry Potter. What? It's my reasoning for not reading Harry Potter. What? My entire reasoning for not reading Harry Potter. How? Because J.K. Rowling is a major transphobe. That's why. And I don't want to read anything that she wrote. J.K. Rowling is a huge transphobe, like an open, like, turf. Art from the artist. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I don't do that. And your tone is a little condescending, so I'll give you a warning straight up. Tone's a little condescending. Yeah, I don't do that. I haven't listened to Kanye's music. I don't do that. Like, if you want to separate the art from the artist, you're allowed to do that. I'm also allowed to not engage in it. Like, I don't want to support somebody who has views like that. I was trying to be sweet. Did not come off that way. Did not come off that way. I'll just tell you that. Did not come off that way. Came off like very condescending. But no, I've never read A Wheel of Time. never read A Wheel of Time either. Yeah, if people, it's literally what I was talking about when it came to reading American Gods last week, where it's like, I don't want to platform Neil Gaiman. Like, I don't care. Like, yeah, his books are good. I do still like Coraline. I'm not gonna like sit here and lie like I don't like Coraline, but I also have a choice on whether or not I platform what I platform. So I don't want to. Brandon Sanderson. We actually talked about him yesterday. I haven't read his books though. We talked about him yesterday. Who was it? Mac that brought him up. Was it Mac? I don't know. Mac, if that wasn't you, then don't hold that. If it wasn't you, then don't hold that. But I think I saw his books and like they weren't really anything that I would want to read in the first place. It's okay. That's why I gave you a warning. I gave you the verbal warning. It was Mac, yeah. I was right, yeah. I was like, I think it was Mac that brought up Brandon Sanderson. Because his most popular book series was like about was about I love spreading misinformation. Be quiet. I'm tired of you. Be quiet. That's why I'm gonna end the stream right now. End it right now. No more chapters in the stream tonight. Right now. You won't see me taking a 3-month hiatus. Indefinite hiatus. Do you read any philosophy books? Like years ago, yeah. Couldn't name them off the top of my head. I have them in my library, like my old library. Not my current library at my house, but my old library. But yeah. I like philosophy, but it's like I don't always feel the need to read it. I have the books there somewhere, and it's like in my parents' garage. I don't even know where I put them. I think I touched them like last summer, and I don't even know where I put them. It's okay, I'm not actually gonna go on a 3-month hiatus. Actually, not gonna do that. I have so much left to stream. And also, Donathon, which I think I said January, but now I'm like February. Sounds really good for that. Because February is also, I don't know, I like February. It also has Valentine's Day in it. I like February. I do. Like February for that. I have to read them over and over again, or I forget. Like philosophy books? I don't feel the need to like read them over and over again. For me, I don't feel the need to like read them over and over again. It's totally fine. Because I mean, I read through it, had the discussions. To go nowhere, forget you. I mean, the tickets were cheap. The tickets were cheap, man. The tickets were cheap. The tickets were cheap. The tickets were cheap. The tickets were cheap. I do want to go see Kendrick Lamar. I do. I do. I want to see him. If I go, it's gonna be fucking expensive. Where is he touring? Hold on. Oh, the tickets are kind of cheap there. Oh, June? June? Could I do that? June? This is a side. We're like completely off the book now. We're completely not even talking about Narnia. But like June? Could I do June? I don't know. I do love a summer concert. I support the plan. Listen, I gotta think about that one. I gotta plan that one out. Because I actually really do want to go. It's actually not a joke. I actually do want to go. it's like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, sounds kind of good. It does sound kind of good. It really does. Haven't I been to this place? I think I've been to this place before. Oh yes, I went to the BTS concert. This is where the BTS concert was, wasn't it? All those years ago, wasn't it? I now have to look it up. Yes, it was. Okay, so I actually know that. Yes, I actually know that venue. Because sometimes when you're looking at tickets, you have to like know the venue to know whether or not you're gonna get good seats. I'm assuming you'd fly. Well, I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. It's not cemented that I'm gonna go to the Kendrick concert, the Grand National Tour. It's not cemented. It's an idea because my best friends also want to go. So then, I don't know. They also want to go. But it depends on the venue because I've been to this venue before. And they actually have good seats all the way around at this venue, so that'd be nice if I can go to this one. I've been to that venue. It's nice over there. Seats are nice if they were low enough. Yeah, I'd have to see. It's not cemented because the tour doesn't even start. When does it start? Because of my driving anxiety? Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like, we can also take public transit to the tour. Oh my god, what? We can also take public. Now we're just talking about Kendrick, but we can also take public transit. Because I think for all of the concerts that me and my friends have ever gone to, I think I've always taken public transit or like Ubers and stuff because it's just a nightmare to park your car in the first place. So it doesn't even make sense. The concert doesn't even start until April, so there's some time to think about it. The entire tour doesn't even start until April, so there's some time. Who is going? Is this Minnesota? This is Minnesota. Yeah, we always just take public transit because it's just too much. It's too much work to park your car. It's actually a fucking nightmare. It's too much. I think the only time I've ever taken the car is taken my car as if no, we've had somebody else drive us. No, I don't know if that's Minnesota. I think I was just speaking. I'm like just verbalizing what I'm seeing. I actually don't know if he's in Minnesota. If Kendrick is in Minnesota, I don't know why he would be there. Is that Minnesota? I'm like, what does this stand for? What does this stand for? It is Minnesota. Oh my god, he is going to Minnesota. He is going. Name's Your Dream is coming true. He's going to Minnesota. Because I was like, what is MN? Is that not Minnesota? Am I like losing my mind? But it is Minnesota. He's going. I just wanted to be sure before I started speaking. He is going. It's April 19th. Can you make that date? April 19th is going to be in Minnesota. Can you make that date? 7 p.m. It's April 19th at 7 p.m. at the US Bank Stadium. Can you make it? I'm saying it like I'm also going to be there. I'm not going to be there. I'm not going to be there in Minnesota. US Bank Stadium. He's going to be there. I mean, SZA's also gonna be there. That's midterm season. You're fucked. You're fucked. There's no way you'll make it. There's no way. Let's just take a puppkats trip. We'll all go. We'll go to Toronto. June 12th. We'll all go. We'll go see the international concert. We'll all go. There's some time. I had to think about it. April is coming fast though. January, February, March, April. I had to know by March. February, no, March. January, February, March, April, March. March. I'll know by March. Start of March. April. Or I could just wait. But then when the tickets go up, the tickets aren't bad right now, to be honest. I mean, like, they're definitely scalped, but the tickets aren't bad for some of these seats. This seat is a little crazy. This one's a little crazy. Tickets aren't like terrible. Terrible. Easy, I'm Canadian. Well, if you would like to, there's a show in Toronto on the 12th and the 13th, so at the Rogers Center in Toronto. If family's close to the stadium, you better work it out. You better work it out, or you're gonna miss it. You better work it out. You're gonna miss it. Better figure it out. Lock in, sir. Lock in. Lock in. Lock in. It also depends on if you like the last album. Like, did you even like the last album? Then, like, I don't, you know. Did you like the last album? I mean, if you didn't, then, I mean, probably wouldn't go to this one. Yeah. I also gotta lock in because January, February, I could wait a little bit. I'm afraid the tickets are gonna, like, go up. The tickets feel like they've stayed the same. I think it just depends if, oh, never mind. No. Well, well, tickets are going up a little bit. They're so cheap in like the middle of nowhere. People don't even know how lucky they have it. They don't even know how lucky they have it. Convince my siblings to go to Minnesota. You couldn't convince me to go to Minnesota. What's in Minnesota? I know Minneapolis, but like, what's in Minnesota? Like, what's there? What's this there? If I make it a family trip, covert operation, you just might make it. You just might make it. The Great Lakes. Oh, nature I don't care about. Oh, okay. Bald eagles. Oh, I don't care. Bald eagles. If it's like a nature thing, I'm so sorry. I don't really care. It's like a nature thing. I don't really care. The Mall of America. Ooh, now we're talking. The Mall of America. The Mall of America. Very clean highways. Oh, you're selling me. How can I resist? How can I resist the allure? Minnesota. What will I do if I don't go to Minnesota? Yeah, those tickets are in fact going up in price. So I think what I'm waiting for is for the tickets to just go so far out of price that I just am like, I can't justify the price, so I don't even have to think about going. But as long as the tickets are like generally in like a nice, reasonable number, I'm probably gonna end up going. To be honest, probably gonna end up going. But if the tickets go up way too far in price, then I don't know. We'll see. I always hear about people like buying tickets the day of, and I find that to be fucking crazy. Like, I know it works for people, but like, buying tickets the day of, the voices are calling. It's Kendrick, he's whispering in my ear to buy the ticket. It's like really, it's seriously pissing me off. But like, yeah, I'm just waiting. I think I'm just waiting for those ticket prices to get out of hand. So then I just don't have to think about it. I could just be like, well, the tickets were too much, so the tickets were too much money, so because like they are scalped right now though. I do want to try that once though, like going and just being like, do you have any tickets I can buy? And just seeing what they say. Just seeing what they say. I know a lot of people did that for Beyonce's tour and they got in and they got really good seats, so I don't know. I'm just like, no. I'm thinking. I guess it also just depends if my friends want to go too, because then I do have to buy them in advance. Because if it's like a group thing, then you do have to buy tickets in advance. Because like, what if you get there and they only have one ticket that's free? You know? I would have a much better seat if I just saw this at if I just saw this at like the middle of nowhere. If I saw this fucking tour in the middle of nowhere. Oh my god, tickets were $70? There's no fucking way. There's no way now. Tickets were $70? $70? Who was selling tickets for $70? Who's selling Kendrick Lamar tickets for $70? What? Well, I don't even know. Things are happening. Anyway, what was I in the middle of the book? I don't even know where I was. I was in the middle of it. Yeah, let me finish this chapter and then I wrap up. Courage. Oh, who the fuck is Courage? Are you trying to get me to go to Minneapolis? I'm not going. You trying to get me to go to Minneapolis? I'm trying to have a puppkats meet and greet. Even if I was in Minneapolis, memes, you literally would not be able to even know it was me. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Ow, my wrist! Oh my god. My wrist. In the middle of nowhere, Kendrick just performing to Eustace. Okay, I'm gonna finish the rest of this chapter and then I'm going to end the stream. Let's see. Also, I think I literally just caught a virus. Like, while I was looking up those tickets, I caught a virus. Love that. I think that's literally what just happened. Said, pup, would you like a virus in your device? Wasn't expecting it. Didn't really want that. Didn't really want that. No. But I think that's exactly what I got. And I don't even remember how to like clean out a virus. What a stupid thing. Red-haired cube. I'm gonna go covert. I'm going covert. I'm undercover. I'm undercover. You wouldn't know it was me. I'm gonna dye my hair black. I do stand out in a crowd. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like, dude, I used all of them. I mean, I used Ticketmaster to start, but I used all of them. I swear I got that shit off Ticketmaster. I used all of them. I just typed in Kendrick Lamar tour. And cut that virus. Got that virus quickly. I do stand out exactly like a JoJo character. It's like not even funny. It's like, who's the stand user? It's like, oh well. There is only one person in this room that's dark skinned with with white hair, dressed like an anime character. So I don't know who is the JoJo character in the room. I think it's Pup. Because actually, I don't even think about the fact that I have white hair, to be completely honest. I never think about it. Did I just start this chapter? Hold up. Oh my god, I just started this fucking chapter. I don't even think about the fact that I have white hair. Because, like, it's like I'm so used to it. But it's like, yeah, I literally, I do stand out. I just thought about that. I was like, oh yeah. I actually hadn't thought about it at all. Okay, 30-minute nonsense. Oh, okay, I'm gonna end at 4 hours. 30-minute nonsense is over. I'm gonna read this book. Actually, I'm gonna go take a BRB to go PEE, and then I'm gonna come back and then I'm gonna finish the rest of this book. Not the rest of this chapter. And then I'm gonna end streams. That's how I'm gonna do it. And that should all take 30 minutes, so we'll end at 4 hours. That's how it's gonna happen. Alright. Hello, I'm back. Well, do you want me to finish this chapter or not, memes? Because I'll end this stream right now. I'll come back. I'll end the stream right now. I'll clock out right now. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. The mac and cheese is calling my name. The mac and cheese is calling my name. So I'll clock out right now. Do you want me to finish or not? I mean, I did say I wasn't gonna go for 4 hours. I wanted to go for 3 hours, but then we started talking about Kendrick Lamar, and everybody knows how I feel about Kendrick Lamar. So that's a good answer. That's the correct answer. That's the correct answer. Genuinely, that's the correct answer. Whatever you think is right. Very cute answer. Mwah, very cute. That's the type of answer Puppkats likes to see. Thank you. I cannot believe I just caught a virus looking at this shit. Like, what? Just got a virus looking at this bitch. Just got a virus looking at this. Ugh. You know, just wanting to look for Kendrick Lamar tickets. The correct answer is Benny Blanco jump scare. That's never the right answer. Actually and truly, it's never the right answer. Has never been, will never be the correct answer. Nope. Is that a virus or is that just a coupon website? I don't know. I guess I'll find out later. Alright, let me finish reading this chapter. Let me finish reading this chapter and then I'll wrap up stream. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Thanks much. Hope you're having a good day, good night, wherever you are. A kiss, yes. I liked what you said. I liked what you said and how you said it, so it was very cute to me. It was very cute to me. So you get a kiss. I don't know who was selling tickets, Kendrick Lamar tickets for like $200. Like I don't even know who's doing all that. I mean that's a good price, but it's like it's at a real I feel like people are getting scammed online. Anyway, let me close out. No more Kendrick Lamar. No more Kendrick Lamar conversation. We off that. Oh, did I close out of like every single tab? Did I close out of like every single tab? Every single tab? It's the way I didn't mean to do all that. It's the way I didn't mean to do all that. Tell you that much. I just closed everything. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Shh. I'm locking in again. It's chapter 6. They just went into the forest. Nobody believed Lucy, even though she was right. There is a world inside of the wardrobe. Nobody believed her. They all said, Lucy, you're a liar. We actually think you're going fucking mad. We have to tell the professor. And then they went inside the wardrobe and they're like, damn, it's big as fuck in here. Oh, wait, it's a country in here. Lucy, my bad. Wait, Edmund, didn't you say that Lucy was a liar? You're a beast. You're a poisonous little beast. Why would you do that? And Edmund, underneath his breath, is talking about paying them all back for calling him a liar, which he is a liar. Which he is. And that's where we're at. Where are we going anyway? Said Susan, chiefly for the sake of changing the subject. I think Lou ought to be the leader, said Peter. Goodness knows she deserves it. Where will you take us, Lou? What about going to see Mr. Tumnus? Said Lucy. He's the nice fawn I told you about. Everyone agreed to this, and off they went, walking briskly and stamping their feet. Lucy proved a good leader. At first she wondered whether she would be able to find the way, but she recognized an odd-looking tree in one place and a stump in another, and brought them on to where the ground became uneven, and into the little valley, and last to the very door of Mr. Tumnus's cave. There a terrible surprise awaited them. The door had been wrenched off its hinges and broken to bits. Inside, the cave was dark and cold, and had the damp feel and smell of a place that had not been lived in for several days. Snow had drifted in from the doorway and was heaped onto the floor, mixed with something black, which turned out to be the charred sticks and ashes from the fire. Someone had apparently flung it about the room and then stamped it out. The crockery, I love that word, the crockery lay smashed on the floor, and the picture of the fawn's father had been slashed into shreds with a knife. Not Dad. Not Dad. What did he do? What did he do? Damn, what did the picture do? That's the thing. That's the thing about like kidnappings and whatnot, or like whenever they have like an arrest and just like the police come in and they start smashing everything, it's like damn, relax. Like the whole house has to get fucked up. Like relax. Like doing all this. Who is all this for? Damn. This is a pretty good washout, said Edmund. Not much good coming here. What is this? Said Peter, stooping down. He had just noticed a piece of paper which had been nailed through the carpet to the floor. Is there anything written on it? Asked Susan. Yes, I think there is, answered Peter, but I can't read it in this light. Let's get out into the open air. They all went out into the daylight and crowded around Peter as he read out loud the following words. The former occupant of these premises, the Fawn Tumnus, is under arrest and awaiting his trial on a charge of high treason against Her Imperial Majesty, Jadis, Queen of Narnia. Chantelaine of Car Perivel, Empress of the Lone Islands, etc. Also of comforting her said Majesty's enemies, harboring spies, and fraternizing with humans. Signed the captain of the secret police. Long live the Queen. Alright, damn. The children stared at each other. I don't know that I'm going to like this place after all, said Susan. Susan, you don't even know what's coming. Who is this Queen, Lou? Said Peter. Do you know anything about her? She isn't a real queen at all, answered Lucy. She's a horrible witch, the White Witch. Everyone, all the wood people, hate her. She made an enchantment over the whole country so that it's always winter here and never Christmas. I wonder if there's any point in going on, said Susan. I mean, it doesn't seem particularly safe here, and it looks like as if it won't be as much fun either, and it's getting colder every minute, and we've brought nothing to eat. What about just going home? Oh, but we can't, said Lucy suddenly. Don't you see? We can't just go home, not after all this. It's all on my account that the poor fawn has gotten into this trouble. He hid me from the witch and showed me the way back. That's what it means by comforting the Queen's enemies and fraternizing with humans. We simply must try and rescue him. A lot we could do, said Edmund, when we haven't even got anything to eat. Shut up, you, said Peter. It was still very angry with Edmund. I'm gonna say Peter best character at this point. What do you think, Susan? I've got a horrid feeling that Lou is right, said Susan. I don't want to go a step further, and I wish we'd never come, but I think we must try to do something for Mr. whatever his name is. I mean, the fawn. That's what I feel too, said Peter. I'm worried about having no food with us. I'd vote for going back and then getting something from the larder. Only there doesn't seem to be any certainty of getting into this country again once you've got out of it. I think we'll have to go on. So do I, said both the girls. If only we knew where the poor chap was being imprisoned, said Peter. They were all still wondering what to do next when Lucy said, Look, there's a robin with such a red breast. I'm 2 years old. It's the first bird I've seen here. I say, I wonder if birds can talk in Narnia. It almost looks as if it wants to say something to us. Then she turned to the robin and said, Please, can you tell us where Tumnus the fawn has been taken to? As she said this, she took a step forward towards the bird. It at once flew away, but only as far as to the next tree. There it perched, and looked at them very hard, as if it understood all they had been saying. Almost without noticing they had done so, the four children went a step or two nearer to it. At this, the robin flew away again to the next tree, and once more looked at them very hard. You couldn't have found a robin with a redder chest or a brighter eye. "Do you know?" said Lucy. "I really believe he means us to follow him." "I've an idea he does," said Susan. "What do you think, Peter?" "Well, we might as well try it," answered Peter. The robin appeared to understand the matter thoroughly. It kept going from tree to tree, always a few yards ahead of them, but always so near that they could always easily follow it. In this way it led them on, slightly downhill. Wherever the robin alighted, a little shower of snow would fall off the branch. Presently the clouds parted overhead, and the winter sun came out, and the snow all around them grew dazzlingly bright. They had been traveling in this way for about half an hour, with the two girls in front and Edmund, when Edmund said to Peter, "If you're not still too high and mighty to talk to me, I've got something to say which you'd better listen to." "What is it?" asked Peter. "Shh! Hush! Not so loud," said Edmund. "There's no good frightening the girls. But have you realized what we're doing?" "What?" said Peter, dropping his voice to a whisper. "We're following a guide we know nothing about. How do we know which side that bird is on? Why shouldn't it be leading us into a trap?" "That's a nasty idea. Still, a robin, you know. They're good birds in all the stories I've read. I'm sure a robin wouldn't be on the wrong side." "If it comes to that, which is the right side? How do we know that the fawns are in the right and the queen, yes, I know, we've been told she's a witch, is in the wrong? We don't really know anything about either. The fawns saved Lucy. He said he did, but how do we know? And there's another thing, too. Has anyone the least idea of the way home from here?" "Great Scott," said Peter. "I hadn't thought of that." "And no chance of dinner either," said Edmund. Chapter 7. A Day with the Beavers. I forgot all about the beavers. I forgot all about the beavers. I forgot about them entirely. But that's actually where I'm going to end off, is chapter 7, and I'll save it for another day next week when I pick up the book again. All I have to say about this is Edmund needs to get away from Peter. That's all I need to say. Edmund, get away from Peter. I don't want you whispering in his ear. I don't want you whispering in his ear. I need you to get away from him. I need you to get away from him. Peter, I need you to stop listening to Edmund. Edmund has never been right about anything in his entire life. Edmund has never been right about anything in his entire life. I must say that twice. Leave him alone. Stop talking to him. I know that's your brother. Stop talking to him. I don't care. My tablet is like creasing up against the thing. Actual beavers or name beaver. I guess you'll find out next week. I guess you'll find out next week, won't you? You'll find out next week. When I read 7 more chapters. To be honest, I could read another chapter, but I'm hungry. Ooh, chapter 7's kind of long. Ooh, I was like, maybe I can read one more. Chapter 7's kind of long. I'm not gonna hold you. A little bit long on that one. And my head started hurting. I have to take my hair out because my hair is like a high ponytail right now and it's hurting me. So yes, you'll learn about it next week. But I did enjoy it. I actually am having a lot of fun reading Narnia. I haven't read Narnia in so long. I keep saying that, but it is really nice to read a book that I haven't read in forever, that I know like the gist of, since I think like the last book that we read I knew like zero about, which is really fun. But this one, it's like, oh, I know what happens. I know what happens, but I don't remember how we got here. Like, I know the main points of Narnia, but I don't remember how we get to anything. So, yeah, maybe I'll do, well, I usually do 2 days of just chatting afterwards, but maybe I'll do an extra day of reading if it calls to me. Like how I did, sorry, that was my lip balm. Did not mean for it to snap that loudly. My lip balm, because my lips need some zhuzhing up. But yeah, maybe I'll do like an extra day of reading. I actually think we can get through this book series a lot. If I had started stream a little bit earlier, probably would have gotten through more chapters. Because there's only around chapter 7. Around chapter 7. I don't know why I'm burping so much. Chapter 7. And there's how many? There's 17 chapters in total. I don't want to spoil the title for myself for all the chapters, but there's 17 chapters in total. So, you know, almost like a halfway, like almost halfway to the book. Maybe I will read all 7 books if they're not like that long. I thought we were on 4. No, we're on chapter 7. We're on chapter 7. You're forgetting, we spent 1 chapter on Turkish Delight. Chapter 4 was called Turkish Delight. We spent that entire chapter on how good the Turkish Delight was and how Edmund is being manipulated. Even though I think Edmund sucks. Like, I think it's just his personality. And by the way, I didn't say this earlier, but Edmund, and I don't know if they're going to touch on this later because I don't remember, but Edmund is a raging misogynist. This 8-year-old boy is like a raging misogynist. Edmund sucks. Like, I don't know. I know I didn't say it earlier because I thought about it, but I just didn't say it. But like, anytime he talks about the girls or women, he's like, women. Girls, that's just how they are. Always crying about something. You don't want to frighten the women. You don't want to frighten them. Very interesting. Very interesting. Because I don't remember. I don't think Peter is like that. So I don't know why Edmund is like that. I really don't know why Edmund is like that. Truly. Earliest incel. Is that the earliest incel? That'd be kind of funny. He's not. No. There's probably others like way before then. We have to go back to the Bible. Who's the earliest incel? Who is the earliest incel? Well, when did the word get coined? Oh, the word got coined in 1997. Oh wait, I remember this. Wait, no, I remember this. Oh my god, I remember the story. I know the story of the incel. Oh my god, I like burnt it out of my mind. Oh my god, I like burnt it out of my mind. I remember this. I thought it was so fascinating. I was actually gonna write a thesis on this. It's very fascinating to me because incel was actually created by a woman. Very fascinating. It was called Invicel, for involuntary celibate. It was created by a woman who had this like forum mailing list where, you know, she was taught. It was created like as a support group originally. Like involuntary celibate was like a support group for anybody that was just like lonely or had never had sex before or hadn't been in a relationship, and then like it got out of hand. That's so great. Like, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, she like made it as like a space where people could like get together and like talk. And then like it's really funny actually that like it's really funny because the woman Alana came out as bisexual too, and then like stopped participating in this group. Like, not that she thought it was like a bad group, it's just that like, you know, she like just gave it, she like gave the website to somebody else afterwards because she was like, oh, I'm bisexual, like I like figured out my problems and just like gave it up. And then after that, it went off the rails. It went off the rails because it was supposed to be. Yeah, it was cool. It was so fascinating to me when I first heard about it because I always thought that incels were like created by men, because I mean, like, now that is what it is, right? Like, it's like men, misogynists, and also just like self-hating men that believe that like they don't have girlfriends or partners because, you know, of women. Of women. And then there's also like femcells too, but like that's like later down the line. But like then it just turned into a hot mess. Like it turned into a hot mess after that. But that's so crazy. Like, could you imagine? Could you imagine like being the inventor of like the incel community, but like you're like, damn, I just wanted to help people. Like, that's so, like, I wonder, I mean, like, she's spoken about it before, like the creator has spoken about it, about like what it's like to like see basically her community, because she created the term incel. Well, it was invicel, but then it got shortened to incel. But like she created the term and she's spoken about like how awful it was, like how awful it is to like see that. But it's like, I don't know how, I don't like, I that's so crazy, is it not? Like, does that not blow anybody's mind? Like, that blows my mind, because like I genuinely always thought that it was like created by just like a group of guys on 4chan or something, but no, it came from like a place of love. Like, she really did want people to just not be alone. Like, she was like, yeah, I was supposed to be an all-inclusive community for like LGBTQIA people and like just being marginalized. And she's like, yeah, it like breaks my heart. It breaks my heart that like that's not what that word means anymore. I'm like, damn. I would have guessed 4chan as well, genuinely. Yeah, she's like, no, like she was created by a bisexual woman. Yeah. Yeah. So I think like, I mean, the website obviously didn't like, the website obvious like her original website, obviously it was a very good community, like it started off in a good place. But I think just like other people, as the webs, as like the internet grew popular, right, like other people picked up on that word and then like were like, oh, this is a community, like it's for people that are like alone. And then it just got, it was like a game of telephone where it was like, it was for people that are alone, and then it's like for men. It's like for men that are alone. Yeah, hot mess. Hot mess. Yeah, hot mess. Anyway, I find femcells also to be very interesting because I'm like, incels don't even like you. Like, that's the thing. It's like incels literally don't like you. They literally don't even like you. Why are you? Why? Like, what is that? What is that? I know I joke around a lot where it's like, I was like, I used to be an incel, but it's like I really was not. I was definitely like a nice guy like back in the day, but it's like incel is crazy. I could never even see myself getting to that point. What? But anyway, that's a different day's conversation. That's a different day's conversation. This is just so crazy to me. Where I'm like, I can't even. I'm like, I don't know. Because then I see, once again, Benny Blanco is marrying Selena Gomez. Like, I could never be an incel because Benny Blanco is dating Selena Gomez, is marrying Selena Gomez. What does that tell you about the way the world works? What does that tell you? I hate to be Rattlebones here and bring up Benny Blanco again, but like, Benny Blanco is marrying Selena Gomez. Benny Blanco. Benny Blanco in that relationship thinks that he is the pick, by the way. Benny Blanco in that relationship believes that he is the winner. Like, not even the winner, but like, he is the prize. You know? How would a femcel and an incel not mix? Like, how would they not date each other? Because incels don't like women. They like the idea of women, but they don't actually like women. You know what I mean? Gecko, what is that face for? What is that? What does that emoji mean? What are you even saying? You can't just type emojis in here. They piss me off. You can't just type an emoji. Unless it's a cute emoji. You can't just type an emoji with a face in here. It's gonna piss me off. But literally, like, I don't, yeah, because, like, incels don't like women, because if a woman, like, actually talked to them, they'd probably just assume that, like, she was a stuck-up bitch, regardless of what they do, because they're misogynistic, you know what I mean? They're, like, that's the whole thing. It's like, everything is somebody else's problem. I could talk about incels for, like, 3 hours, to be completely honest. I like, love talking about incels. I find them fascinating. Like, I truly do find them fascinating. But it's like, again, Benny Blanco, like, is gonna marry Selena Gomez. Like, what does that tell you about the way the world operates? You can get anybody you want. You can actually get anybody that you want. If you're like, they probably wouldn't even like me. Maybe not that person, but you could bag yourself a fine baddie, because Benny Blanco is gonna marry Selena Gomez. Can't get over that. I'll never get over it. He's probably gonna give her kids. Oof, he's probably gonna give her kids. I mean, like, Benny Blanco is running around possibly impregnating people. I mean, like, it cannot get low. Like, the standards are low. The standards are low, in my opinion. Standards are low. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't count. Somewhere someone is punching air. But my thing is, like, nobody needs to punch air, because, like, Benny Blanco is married. Not to, and here's another one that nobody agrees with me about. Actually, not that nobody agrees with me, but, like, Twitter agrees with me, but nobody else. Like, Jay-Z married Beyonce. That's all I need to say. That's all I need to say. Jay-Z married Beyonce. Like, what does that tell you about the way the world works? And then he cheated on her. Like, what does that tell you? Because I see this, like, all the time, where, like, that's why I think incels fascinate me, because, like, I see people all the time talk about, like, I'm not hot enough to get a girlfriend, like, nobody's ever gonna like me. And I know that's, like, you have to go to therapy, like, you really have to go to therapy and, like, sort it out, because, like, you have to learn that that's not true. Jay-Z married Beyonce. Jay-Z married Beyonce. Has anybody looked at a picture of Jay-Z? Just like, have you looked at a picture of Jay-Z? That's all I'm gonna say. Benny Blanco. Jay-Z married Beyonce and then gave her children, impregnated her, and then cheated on her. Other women. Has anybody looked at a picture of Jay-Z? That's all I'm gonna say. That's as far as I'll take it. I have bad things to say about Jay-Z, but that's all I'm gonna say. Benny Blanco. Those are the only 2 words you ever need to hear if you want self-esteem. Benny Blanco. 2 things you ever need to hear. I'm like, You can bag a bad bitch. The standards are low. Standards are low. You can bag them. Bag them. Bag them. The reason you don't have them bagged yet is your personality. It has nothing to do with your looks, because clearly that's not it. Clearly. It's not a barrier to entry. It's really not. It's not a barrier to entry when it comes to women. Once again, my friends have dated men that look like goblins that have crawled out. That have crawled out of the seventh circle of hell. To be honest, I almost let a goblin or two smash myself. I can't even lie because the goblin was funny. The goblin was funny. So I almost let a goblin or two smash myself. So the standards are low. Oh my god. I have a hangnail. Also, I'm waiting for the ad break to end before I wrap up stream. I think it's already over, but I have a hangnail and it hurts. Oh my god, I want to cut it off. I hate that. I hate when you get hangnails. Anyway, Narnia is fun. I can't wait to read the rest of it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be good, great, grand. I think it's already over. The ad break? Question mark. I think it is already over. I don't know, but I'm gonna end anyway. Yeah, it's gonna be good, great, grand, fantastic. To be honest, I really do want to read another chapter. I'm like so curious. I'm like, how does this all happen? Like, how does all of this stuff happen? I don't even know. How does everything fall into place? I'm so curious. But in any case, I'll wrap up anyway. I mean, we'll find out. Or I'll do a, what's the word for it? Or I'll do an extra stream just because I said so. Just because I want to. That was like not what I clicked at all. That hangnail was like really pissing me off. Hangnail was like actually really genuinely pissing me off really bad. I am starving. I'm hungry. Want to go to bed. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna wrap up. I'm not gonna switch screens because it plays my music, so I don't want anybody to get bothered by my music. Because my music can be a little bit loud at times. I put my raid message in chat. I already know. Damn. Damn, my phone is about to fall off. Damn, relax. I already know who I want to raid. I already know. I'm gonna raid back Gooby because they're doing an ASMR stream. Oh, not allowed to go them. Oh, not allowed to raid them. Never mind. I'm gonna raid. Let's see. I'm gonna raid. Never mind. I hate when I can't raid somebody. I wish it would have like big letters where it's like I've turned off raid. I've turned off the raid. I'm gonna raid. Mochi? Question mark? Okay, went through. I'm gonna read Mochi. They're doing an ASMR stream too, so I'll read them. If no one's told you today, you are in fact loved, you're valued, and you're so fucking appreciated, and you deserve to hear that every single day of your life. If no one has told you, I'm happy to be one person in this lifetime that gets to tell you that you are loved, you are valued, and you are so appreciated. Because like I said, you deserve to hear that every single day of your life. I am gonna be back tomorrow. I'm gonna do more ASMR. It's gonna be good, great, grand, fantastic. I'm probably just gonna do ASMR just chatting unless I feel so compelled to read Narnia, but probably just ASMR chatting. It's gonna be good. We'll just yap for a little bit. We get all our yapping out so everybody can talk and not just listen to me read, even though I would hope that people like listening to me read. Yes, so we're gonna do that. My socials are below, links are below. I'm active on Twitter, I'm active on Discord, I'm active all over. Just active. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'm active, so if you want to stalk me, feel free. My card has all my information, links, socials, whatnot. And as always, until next time, goodbye. Bye. Goodbye. I'm just making sure the raid is actually and factually in motion. It's actually happening. It's actually in motion. And then I will end the stream. I just want to make sure I've actually gone through. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.